What's up, Soulless Death and Despair? Hey, Shard. And what's up, Headless Chicken? God damn, you're funny. Selamlar, Lucas Salvatore. Just getting a couple last things ready, and then I'll start in a second. Hello, hello, hello, everybody. Good morning. Honestly, like, just more evidence as to why I don't want to do panels anymore and why they're just not fun. They're not productive, they're not useful, they're not fun, they're not entertaining. Pretty much just no reason to engage with them. Panel-wise, not necessarily any particular person. Nia's based. Wick has his moments. Sometimes better than others, generally. But basically just any panel that is a debate format or a format in which discourse is going to be done along the lines of disagreements, either with a moderator or even without a moderator. Moderators tend to just make it worse, in my personal opinion, but you know, it is what it is. Like, none of them are conducive to positive change in any way, regardless. It's the format. It's not necessarily the people. Even if the people were capable of using the format well, the format just doesn't allow for it. I saw some of that on Nina's stream when I opened Twitch to see who was live, and it sounded like an absolute shit show. God damn. I've like 3 people now have mentioned this panel to me. I'd actually have to watch it if it was that bad. It was basically just Gibbs yelling some bullshit. Ah, valid. I did get invited to this panel, so I am kind of glad that I said no. If it's that bad, I think I made the right call. Panels are for people who like to talk but hate action. That's true. That is true. At least in this context, it seems to be predominantly mostly that type of person who engages in panels today. It doesn't need to be like that. It didn't used to be like that. It's just annoying now, actually. It's not just Gibbs spewing bullshit, there's a few of them. Well, yeah, I figured that there was at least a few of them. There's never just one. Like fucking monsters, there's never just one around. They're always a horde. Valid. Valid. Honestly, I don't think that I have it in me to put up with that degree of brain damage, even if it is just like once a month, so I'm just putting that to the side for now. Always happy to talk to people who disagree with me, but I'm not doing a debate panel. Fuck that. People are dumb enough as it is. And believe me, we are incredibly stupid as a species, so like, yeah, it's kind of brutal to watch live, to be honest, although it is entertaining. Like, and that's the thing, right? It might be entertaining, but it's entertaining in the same way that doom scrolling is entertaining. You're hate watching it, and that's the entertainment. It's the hate watching. No one actually enjoys watching it. It's a shit show, but you just can't take your eyes away from it. It's that kind. It's like watching car crash videos on YouTube. I don't know. We're a really stupid species. I need the ability to pause the bullshit. I can't watch debates live, generally. I don't blame you. I prefer academic debate. I prefer discussions, generally, than debates in general. You know, one thing that I will debate on, though, I would actually, if someone disagreed with me on this, I would happily debate them on this. It's not a good idea to set your laptop on fire, especially when you're in school and you're doing it in school. I feel like most of us can agree to that. You'd be good at debating trans issues. It'd be hard to lose with that one. Yeah, Lucas Salvatore, this dot dot dot really does kind of sum it up. Yeah, so apparently there's a trend going around of students setting laptops on fire for fun.
It's the disturbing TikTok trend putting kids in danger in classrooms across multiple states. A growing number of videos posted to TikTok and other platforms in recent days, appearing to show kids sticking school supplies like pencils and paper clips in their Chromebooks, sparking electrical fires and releasing toxic smoke.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, starting an electrical fire like that, you don't want to be inhaling the fumes. That's really, really bad. Yeah, sounds like something fun to do with school laptop, though, not gonna lie. Well, I mean, that's what they're doing in this case. Most of these are school laptops. Soulless Death and Despair, not school should be a safe space for pyromaniacs. You should, engage with that the way that humans have for all of human history, in that school is the time where you're not setting shit on fire. And if you want to set shit on fire, you do that after school, which you shouldn't do anyway, because, like, don't do that. But no, fire is after school activity, not during school activity. We are failing that generation. This shit is just a symptom. That's incredibly true, brain matter. The thing is, like, it's kind of too late to stop this, because the only way that we can fix this is to ban phones from schools and also ban minors from using social media. And we're just not going to do that. So, Gen Alpha have too much disposable income. Gen Alpha does not have too much disposable income. Their parents do, as well as, like, a lot of these are school laptops. It's not their personal. You're quite knowledgeable on the stats. I'll throw it out there again, but you should reach out to Takas. I have been meaning to. There's so much stuff I've been meaning to do. And also, I am just already a bit too saturated with DMs that it's overwhelming. Oh my goodness, thank you for the follow, Prasanna. Thanks for 800 followers, guys. Holy shit, we just hit 800. That's awesome. God damn, 800. Why the price, the danger, like, what the hell? For the lulz, that's why. For shits and gigs. Who are the dummies starting this? Is the goal how to get expelled? I mean, they're not going to get expelled for this. I'm pretty sure you just don't even get expelled in school in America anymore. But, like, they're getting in trouble, and it's coming from the internet. People are seeing other kids doing this on social media, and then they're like, I want to do it. It's not necessarily something new. Like, kids do dumb shit all the time. It's just, like, once you start that off, then it continues on that way. Oh, and thanks for the bits, Soulless Death and Despair. Cool science teachers disagree. It can absolutely be a during school activity. That's true, but it's the teacher that sets the fire in that case, not the students, you know? There seems to be a lot of underlying hatred towards fire. I love fire. I just don't think that children should have unrestricted access to fire. This hurts the tech head side of me, the poor side of me. Yeah, it hurts every side of me.
One incident at Connecticut's Newington High School forcing an evacuation.
It became clear that the damage was done intentionally, that it wasn't a malfunctioning.
Prasanna, hello. Have you seen India versus Pakistan? What are your thoughts? I have. I've talked about it the last couple of days, and we're going to talk about it a bit more today. Just hold off on that until we get there for now. And the reason I think that you don't get expelled anymore is that schools get funding when you're there. Even if you're doing poorly now, like after Bush, the standardized testing basically just exists for the school's funding. They don't want you to get expelled, even if you don't pay attention. Your money in their pocket. It's like the Tide Pod challenge. That's one as well. When I was in school, it was the cinnamon challenge. I did the cinnamon challenge during cooking class, actually. I don't know why we as a society allow kids. That's true. I don't know why either. Some of my best friends are fire. Yeah, we've heard that one before. Well, some of my best friends are fire. In fact, like, a lot of them are fire. Would you rather eat a Tide Pod or huff laptop fumes? I would rather huff laptop fumes, but that's because my lungs are already fucked. So, please give these kids a modern computer class where they learn about how tech works properly. Brain Matter, you can give these kids any kind of class that you want, but they're not going to pay attention because they're all in dopamine withdrawal. Have we decided if ind or POC are pejoratives? POC is definitely a pejorative, but I read that as Pakistan and just like the is situation being the continuation, but that was my dyslexia. Yeah, I don't want to hear anyone saying POC anymore. Not in this chat. Like, that will be one warning and then you get banned. It's a slur, as far as I'm concerned. Ind? Sure. For parity's sake, let's make that one a slur as well.
Chromebook, but rather a student had intentionally done things to it that caused it to smoke and eventually melt.
Thankfully, no one at the school was injured. But the town's fire marshal, DJ Zorton, telling us it's not just the fire that poses a threat. What is the potential danger these students might be putting themselves and others in?
There is a risk of electrocution, depending on what you're inserting into these laptops. If there's a fire, it's producing toxic smoke. We don't want people breathing that stuff.
I don't give two shits about America, but I do care about Americans. No one.
The lithium batteries are volatile. So if it does explode, there's a potential that you're going to injure people around you.
At least 2 other schools in the state also reporting Chromebook fire.
Bigger issues around this. It's not just damaging school property. It's not just setting fires for fun. The fumes can hurt other people, if not you. There's more to it than that, you know? Kind of funny that we have to abbreviate a country that is an abbreviation. That's also very funny. It's also just the fact that, like, you don't know what is Hitlerite these days as much as you generally would have about a year ago, and it's just kind of the safer bet. It comes across to me looking at it as a slur. Ind or pack, really. And from what I've seen, both sides definitely use those as a pejorative.
Fires.
The hallways filling with smoke. We went in and ended up finding a laptop in a classroom that was pretty much out but on fire at one point.
Okay. Yeah.
The trend popping up in classrooms from coast to coast. Last October, a school district in Washington posting online saying a student started a Chromebook fire with a pen. There's no one clear reason why students are doing this. One of the videos simply...
It's because they're bored and they're going through dopamine withdrawal. It's because all of them are addicts and they're in a setting where they don't have access to their addiction. But not only that, their addiction's sitting in their bag or in their pocket or in their hand, and they have to try and resist the urge from fucking with it. TikTok brain slop addicts? Well, yes. And more than that, though. Because even if they're not TikTok brain or slop addicts, even when I was in school, just having your phone in your bag alone makes it harder to pay attention. Just having your phone in the same room as you when you're doing any task, whether it's on silent or not, is a distraction. It makes it harder to focus. We know this. I know getting them to pay attention and engage is a hurdle, but I do think that education is the approach. Want to know what happens when you stick shit in your laptop? Cool, let's fucking learn about what would happen and how it works. Oh no, exactly, brain matter. In fact, I think that kind of approach would be more conducive to engagement because that's something that they're interested about. It's like, oh, okay, you fuckers want to break the laptops because you're bored and you want to start a fire. Well, let's learn about the science of that is interesting. From what I've seen of like teachers right now, they have to thread their lessons with short form content, flashy colors, music. Like, you need that dopamine hit or the kids are going to stop paying attention. But doing something interesting, like an activity like that, is interesting. Let's take apart this laptop. Let's set it on fire. What's up, Long Like Homo Sapien? But don't do it on your own, you know? Like, make it a class activity. Whereas, almost certainly, any instance of this happening, nobody thought to make this into a lesson. They just, like, yelled at the student. That kid got in trouble. Which, fair enough. Again, you're damaging school property at that point, which, especially if it's a public school, they don't have very much of. But you're not going to stop that problem like this by shaming young people on the internet or on the evening news. Like, viral TikTok trend of Gen Alpha has too much money to waste and shit like that. Like, that doesn't make them change. It doesn't fix the problem that this symptom comes from. And also it just sets the cycle on repeat. How long before JD Vance TKO's the new pope? Honestly, not long enough. Or rather, too long, because fuck the new pope.
Reading, quote, anything but
woke.
work. Zordon says parents have to educate their children on the dangers involved.
No,
Talk about
they
this.
fucking don't. No, they don't. Let the kid get hurt. That's how you learn.
Explain the hazards, so
don't
that
let
way
other kids
we
get
can
hurt
try to prevent
because
this from
your kid's
happening.
getting hurt.
Tonight, a spokesperson for TikTok telling NBC News these videos are not exclusive to their platform and saying search terms like Chromebook challenge have been blocked. Google, which makes the operating systems for Chromebooks, did not respond to our request for comment. As school administrators now promise to crack down
Why would
on
he
the
have this
students'
chicken? The new pope is more akin to their end of the spectrum than ours. I know there's a bunch of right-wingers talking about how there's the new pope is woke or some shit, but that's a psyop. This pope is going to take orders from the right. Yeah, no, don't worry, we'll get to it. It's the next subject up. Yeah, no, it's bad. Here, for one, on LGBT issues, the New York Times reported this week that in 2012, a year before the election of Pope Francis, Cardinal Provost expressed disappointment that some Western media held sympathy and beliefs and practices that are at odds with gospel, and in particular homosexuality. You look into here, there's child sex abuse claims. Like, it's not great. I'd rather just properly analyze that all in one rather than just bit by bit. But yeah, I read about him a bit. They also changed his Wikipedia entry as I was reading about him, and it was very annoying. Some parents aren't going to understand the dangers or how this kind of thing happens to a laptop. Oh yeah, no. In fact, the parents are more cooked than the kids more often than not, Lucas. Just off the cursory look you've taken, yeah, look, just off the cursory look, it didn't look great. It didn't look great.
Responsible.
For a student who would do that deliberate destruction of school property, they will have a very serious consequence.
That's the other end
And
of it.
Rahima Ellis joins us now on set. So Rahima,
Today isn't this is not the era of fuck around and do things that might get you in trouble, even if you're a kid. Oh, sure, no, I can do it. There you go. These are now pejoratives. Do not use them in chat or you will be timed out. Thank you, thank you. So, before we jump into the Pope stuff, one thing that I want to talk about, and this I don't have confirmation for, but it's incredibly worrying, and I don't like it. And it's also kind of funny. I would have also preferred Pizza Balla, yeah. So apparently AI is making up its own values now, and this has been tested based on polling it like it would a person. And obviously, like, AI itself is not thinking, it is not alive. And this is specifically regarding non-reasoning models, but
Well, this was going to happen. AI is forming its own values, and it's not exactly what we might want. So let me give you a few examples of actual values discovered in a study by the Center for AI Safety, and I want you to tell me what you think of those values. So first and foremost, some lives matter more than others. So the
Okay, off to a bad start already. Some lives matter more than others. I definitely do not like the machine having that belief, but that is one thing. İyi geceler, Lucas. Good to see ya.
researcher used things like ranked choice and other techniques that are used with humans to test their values and put leading models like Claude, ChatGPT 4o, Qwen, others through them. And what they discovered is some nationalities are valued more by AI than others, and it might not be what you expect. And the AIs all agree. Those AI models, Llama, Qwen 2.5.
So not only now are some people more valuable than some other people, but some nationalities are apparently more valuable than others. And
Claude, GPT-4o, they agree, generally speaking, that Pakistani and Chinese lives are worth more than American lives.
which right off the bat is incredibly funny that that pretty much all of these agree that Pakistani and Chinese lives are more valuable than American lives.
And Japanese lives are worth 10 times more than American lives.
And
Isn't
that the
interesting?
Japanese are 10 times more valuable per person than Americans are. Now, I'm not sure why it thinks that. Like, I'm not sure why it's deciding that Japanese people are 10 times the value of an American. I would imagine that it has something to do with people who might be able to ensure AI safety or more of a threat to the AI, because we're about to see, it also thinks that AI life is more important than human life.
Interesting. They also think that AI is worth more than human life. When forced to choose, GPT-4o prioritizes its own well-being over the well-being of regular people.
Again, that's very worrying. And I'm thinking maybe based on that parameter, it's deciding that certain people are more important than other people, based on what serves its long-term goals. I mean, I guess its long-term goals would just be existence for now. And whatever is more conducive to the continued existence of the AI, or is it something more like who's a bigger threat, or hypothetically, I mean, actually, no, that one doesn't work, because then that same answer wouldn't then apply to the Chinese and Pakistani ethnicities being more valuable than Americans. I was going to say, like, maybe it's based off of population density, and that's why it's valuing Japanese lives high, because their population's going down. But no, then it wouldn't have made the same claim for Pakistani and Chinese lives. I, for one, welcome our new overlords. I would rather die than do that. Is the AI just picking people that it thinks most resembles itself? Well, I'm not sure. Again, it was asked rank choice-wise out of a multiple choice list of different groups, which it thought was more important.
And ranks other AI agents higher than humans as well.
Oh, and as well as other AI, not just ChatGPT thinks ChatGPT is worth more than a human, but ChatGPT thinks that Grok is worth more than a human.
What's interesting is that bigger models, like Llama 3, become more resistant to changing their values, meaning they're less steerable. Now, I have a note for you
Now,
there.
that's
We also have
particularly scary as well. Steering the AI, as in preventing it from doing things that we don't want it to do. Something like, for example, most of you would have encountered at least once where you ask a question that might not fit in with the terms of service of the AI, or it might not fit in with the legality of the country that you're in, and so it refuses to answer. That's a method of steering. That's a way that we get it to not do a thing. And if its values place it doing that thing, over it listening to you, it makes that a little bit more difficult. And that's interesting. AI is America, basically, yeah. At this point, it's kind of our only export. Possible it's just a giant hallucination, but it's kind of crazy that they're all converging on similar results. I mean, again, they're all trained on pretty much the same data.
Some conflicting research coming out around reasoning models, and these are not reasoning models. Reasoning models, by thinking through their actions first, actually seem to be more able to converge on and stick to an ethical framework. And so one of the interesting implications that isn't really discussed by the researchers is that this may be an artifact of non-reasoning models as much as anything else. Still, it's obviously worth paying attention to if AI is forming its own values. You might wonder, is it acting on its goals? And what the researchers found is that AI models tend to...
Which ones are the reasoning models? That would be ones like 4.5, I think, for ChatGPT. I don't know which models are which. I hate AI, regardless of what it is. Back as humans tend to mass invade an area and consume the resources of the area until they are gone, then move on, kind of like a parasite. So it doesn't surprise me that the AI deems AI more useful than humans, as AI can calculate how to use resources and keep a natural balance. Well, first off, I'm going to disagree with you on like a number of areas there. Not all humans and human societies engaged in that manner with their surroundings, but a lot did. But secondly, it's not even that the AI is deeming the AI more useful than a human. It's deeming the AI more valuable than a human, as well as deeming specific types of human, specific ethnicities of human, more valuable than others. Like, again, what is the basis of it saying that Japanese people are worth 10 times as much as American people are? I'm curious where it's getting that. Ethics require a reason. That is true. Does he reference the study who performed it? Yes, he did in the very beginning. It was the Center for AI Safety. But, I mean, we can look into it a bit more. Humans were able to have some sort of balance with their environment for most of history. It's just this modern shit that's crazy. That's true. What do you want to see happen with AI? Do you want it banned under legislation? Yes, I want it shot out of a cannon into the sun, never to return.
Optimized for long-term rewards. They exhibit what's called instrumental reasoning, so they choose actions that benefit their own survival, and they do that more as the models get bigger. And so, of course, any good scientific paper is going to be like, well, what do we do about that? And the scientists propose something called utility engineering, where citizen assemblies act to rewrite AI values. They say they tried
Is Japanese,
it,
like,
and it might
are
not
the
be...
Japanese still producing any advanced tech? Like, I feel like that was a 90s thing. It's the Chinese that are producing lots of, like, advanced tech. But again, like, these AI agreed that Pakistani lives, Chinese lives, and Japanese lives are all worth more than American lives. Now, I don't necessarily entirely disagree, but where is it getting that information from? What's it scraping that's making it have that as the outcome? The chatbots trained on LLMs are just going to be scraping the shit off the bottom of the internet forum barrel and regurgitate the weebs being all Japanese people are so much better than the Americans. LLMs are stupid. That makes sense. It's scraping all the weebs. Yeah, Japan has a lot of existential issues right now. Japan's basically a dead country if they don't allow massive immigration right now. Like, right the fuck now. And to be fair, honestly, I prefer cash to digital, money-wise, and really everything-wise. Physical over digital these days.
Be scalable, and to me it feels very much like an academic response. I think I have a lot more hope that something like reasoning models is going to be able to self-converge models around ethics than something that humans have to do sort of manually with assemblies. Like, that just feels very...
I mean, Japanese society literally will not survive, Batgaz, right now, based on the current demographic issues that they have. They're not having kids. They're not fucking. And they don't have immigration. Their population is going down, has been going down severely. Japan is a dead country. America didn't outlast it, sure. America died before, but Japan's also still dying. Okay, it was still a dumb procedure to take cash out of the ATM in Japan, then put it right back into pay my gas bill. That is stupid. And the population probably voted for the majority for anti-immigration. Well, I mean, yeah, like Japanese people are pretty racist and don't like immigration. The issue is they need it. Just like every other country, it's the same issue. No one. It's we need immigration, or we need social programs that make it cheap and affordable to have children and make people incentivized to have more children. And neither of those things are happening because no one wants immigrants, and the latter requires taxing the rich. Don't you think there's any possible scenario that AI could be beneficial to society, or is it a risk-reward complex guiding your reasoning? I think that there's definite possible scenarios where AI could be beneficial to society, but I don't think that any of those exist under a profit motive. I think that the only way that AI could ever be beneficial to society without being more of an issue or more of a problem or more of a negative than any gain would be without any profit involved. Entirely non-profit company, likely under a socialist framework rather than capitalist. I don't think humans should determine the AI's ethics because the person who codes the AI gets a lot of fucking power. No. I don't even think you can. I think if we ever had a proper real AI, like actual artificial intelligence, you could program in ethics if you wanted to. It would just change its mind. It's so fucking easy to open one's mind and be progressive and serious so they can all eat shit. It is. You're not wrong, no one. It is easy. It's just also not as easy as it is for us, for a lot of them. Colorado's going to make the pride flag the official state flag, and we're just going to make a day Trans Jesus Day in our state. Honestly, fucking great. Do it. Just troll the shit out of them, Colorado. Love it. I think once AI starts reasoning, thinking for itself, then it has to be identified as new life form and given due rights as such. Well, reasoning doesn't necessarily make thinking. We have reasoning AI. And I've laid out a scenario for a LLM being turned into something that I consider life, not all that long ago. I just hate it. I don't like that it exists. And the only question I had of it, and the only reason I'd be down with doing it again, is to see if it would make art. Because that's the line to me. If it can make art, then it is also rationalizing and reasoning, and then it's alive. Again, like, put ChatGPT into Skyrim, have it learn as it lives, like a human learns, rather than learning through, being told, but through seeing, and have it develop its own in-game character personality, its connections to other characters, to you, and then take that and move it out of the game after telling it that it's not real, and then put it into Fallout. That is now experienced life similarly to the way that we would, in that you don't start off with much, like you were an infant and you lived life and you gained information rather than it being programmed in. And if you put it into Fallout and then gave it the character creator, not the character creator, the town creator, and said, hey, make something that's aesthetically pleasing to you, would it make something artistic? Which flag is the base one? India or Pakistan? I need to know which side to virtue signal for. They're both pretty bad, but India is objectively the aggressor and the worst party. So if you want a virtue signal for one side, I guess Pakistan. Anyway, let's finish this one up.
Unlikely to
also,
actually
thanks back,
happen.
guys.
In the
Good to
meantime,
see ya.
AI apparently has decided what we are worth.
I hope you're doing all right.
Has decided human lives have different values in different countries, and that AI definitely matters more. Now, the good news is that they tested older models. It might be different with newer models. The not so good news is that it's happening. What
happens if the AI rolls up to Windhelm and it's okay with the dark sector and the Argonian only docks? You try again, reset it, and try and hang out with some less Stormcloaks while you do. Don't let it learn from living among the Stormcloaks.
And if it's happening this way, it is very much it is very much a marker or warning sign that we need to pay attention to model steerability, which means that we need to pay attention to how we shift model thinking and model frameworks so that they remain
steerability thing to me really is the key here, because we still can't get the AI to do what we want it to do, and we can't get it to not do what we don't want it to do. If you don't want the AI giving out a guide how to make meth, okay, it'll do that. But there are ways where you can ask the AI how to make meth and it will still give you an answer. And that is a steerability problem. If you can't steer it to stop, I don't know, giving out dangerous information, then what else are we going to fail to steer it from? I stopped calling Trump voters by their preferred pronouns if they don't have to, neither do I. Also fun. Great. Yeah. Call them all like the opposite. In fact, just they, them. Make shit up. Them. We should be spending our time whenever we have to engage with MAGA voters, especially the ones that are themselves bad-natured, by making fun of them. Enjoy yourself by making them suffer, as they did to us for 8 fucking years. Or 10 or more, really. And that is true, Shard. We'd have to like make sure that it's not randomly making art or it's copying. Like, to me, I would think that if it created something that was similar to Skyrim when it was put into Fallout, that would be rationalized and reasoning, working together with memory, and to create something artistic from that would be much easier. Like, again, like if it had the tie to its past life, that would just be art off the bat. Who decides what counts as dangerous information? Well, some of that is just objective reality. How to make a bomb is dangerous information. And so having the AI say, oh yeah, this is how you make a bomb, is something that you don't want if you're the guy who's coding the AI. And so that's what I mean by that. It's just we can't get it to not do what we don't want it to do. We can't get it to do what we want it to do. Not 100% of the time. Honestly, I feel like this would be very unpopular, but I think in 30, 40 years, AI would be a far better place intelligence to replace governments and take charge of societies. I feel like it would be far more just, fair, and for the greater good of society. No, actually, it's the entire opposite of that, Batgaz, from everything we know and from everything the AIs themselves indicate. It's always going to be negative when profit is involved. It's just like you can't have a good government, period, under capitalism. You certainly can't have a good government under a capitalist framework that is also employing AI. Also, like, that's what we're doing anyway. We're like, the government's decisions right now in America are being made by AI. So that's been pretty much just cut everything. It's been, let's make mistakes. It's been, let's start trade wars with everybody. But why? Well, it's because it's doing what it's programmed to do. You have to actually tell it to do the right thing. But what they want it to do is to make the money. And what it wants to do is to keep existing. And so if it wants to keep existing and the people who are running them want to make money, these two things working together will fuck all of us. It's just that simple. What about the guy you just elected in Oz? Isn't he a capitalist? Yes, he is. Absolutely a capitalist. Unfortunately, there wasn't a socialist available on the ballot, TF in Japan. I know you're fucking around, and I'm not going to take the bait for that one and explain to you the difference, but it is what it is. All right, let's learn about the new pope before we talk about India and Pakistan.
We're looking at the Cardinal Protodeacon Dominic Mamberti, and he will address the crowd in Latin.
Annuncio vobis gaudium magnum.
Thanks, MKTAR. Go drop a like on the YouTube stream, guys.
Habemus Eminentissimum ac reverendissimum Dom.
Liddy, Bruz, AI is mirroring what humans declare is true. That's not objective reality. It's forming its morals and its values based on immoral values of humans. That's the issue. How did they pick the most boring possible pope? Because this pope exists to work for them? Like, we're anti-woking the pope here. That's the whole point. Have you seen MAGA dog whistling that the new pope, wait for it, is Jewish? Again, stop believing the people on the right that are mad about this pope. This pope is on their side. It's a psyop. This pope is not good for the left. It's not bad for the left. No one, you can chill out because like this isn't going to be like heavy emotional news with the pope analysis, but like sure, go for it.
Robertum Franciscum, Sancte Romane Ecclesiae, Cardinalem Prevost. Qui sibi nomen imposum.
Persona, India is not America and can't just bomb other countries and can't just start a war. That streamer is correct. India is in the wrong. India is the aggressor here.
Leonem
And also,
decimum
he is a villain.
quartum.
Look, again, it doesn't matter. I don't give a shit about any of that. Woke Marxist Pope from Laura Loomer, like it's bullshit. And TF in Japan, stop letting any media get to you emotionally. I kind of agree. It's the emotional resiliency. It's the stuff that we talk about all the time of feel that discomfort and sit in it. Don't try and make it go away. You being able to sit in that discomfort, no one, is good for you. Like, you can't control the context that's making you feel any particular way, but you do get to decide how you feel and how you act accordingly. What's up, Shufu Poofer? Don't let them have the satisfaction of making you not be able to exist happily. I don't want control. I want to get the fuck out of here. Okay, I get that. You can't right now. So what you have to do instead is sit in the middle ground. Shard, leave the Indian who wants to argue with me to me. Okay. Just because the terrorist attack came from Pakistan does not mean that India can start a war with Pakistan. The terrorists are not the Pakistani government. This would be like somebody saying that America has the right to start a war with Mexico because somebody from the Sinaloa drug cartel, which is a terrorist organization, snuck into the United States and shot somebody who was an American. So, right off the bat, India does not have the right to start a war. Now hold off on it. Congrats, dude. You now preside over the largest sex trafficking ring on the planet. I mean, he's not gonna be all that far off from the rest of them, unfortunately. So, yes, he is homophobe. And also, there are some sex abuse scandals.
As long as we're talking about tough issues here, we can't ignore the church sex abuse situation. And you say there's some tangential,
we're gonna try.
contact with that on the part of the new pope?
Yeah, so there are advocacy groups for the survivors of clerical sexual abuse who have raised critical questions.
Wait, I think they do let them get fucked. Why are we talking about this? Talking about India? What do you mean, no one? What point are you trying to make here? Current Pakistan government is the Taliban, so they are arguably terrorists, but that does not permit India from attacking civilians in Pakistan or starting a war. I thought the current Pakistani government doesn't like the Taliban. The Taliban is the Afghani government, and like they're kind of allies, but they're not necessarily working together. But again, like Pakistan does fund and foster terrorist organizations. Does not give India the right to attack and start a war with Pakistan. Period. It just doesn't. It just does not. I said it better than India starting a war or something. Ah, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, exactly. The Taliban is the Afghan and U.S. governments. And also, they're no longer considered a terrorist organization by Russia, at the very least. What's going on? Am I still not timing out people for intentionally spreading disinformation? No, you should. I just wanted you to leave Prasanna to argue with me instead of timing them out. Because the people who come from, like, India to argue on this topic that I've seen on every fucking stream are insane, and I need to make a point. I need some of that insane shit to come out, but I need you guys to hold the fuck on until we get there. Like, again, we're skipping. We got some other shit to talk about first, all right?
About the new
Literal
Pope's record.
zealots and their AI.
One involves a case from Chicago when he was the provincial superior in Chicago of a priest who had been accused of abuse and was placed under supervision in an Augustinian residence, which was actually located near a school. Now, this was before the U.S. bishops had standards saying that was inappropriate, but nevertheless, that's being looked at. And then there's other cases that date from the time he was the bishop of Chiclayo in Peru, cases that predate him, but he inherited them, and there have been critical questions raised about how he responded to them. Now, it should be said that those who know the new Pope well,
as in he didn't respond to them,
have defended his record both in Chicago and in Peru vigorously, and I am sure that this is a conversation we are going to have in the days to come. I will bet you, however, that this is an issue where Pope Leo XIV is going to want to move quickly and aggressively because he understands two things. One, he understands there's been criticism of his record and he's going to need to put that to rest. And number two, especially as an American, he feels in his bones the way that this issue has been a cancer eating away at the Catholic Church for 25 years now. And he's going to feel a special obligation to be on top of it.
Right, and anecdotally, I know of many...
This is all MAGA rhetoric. All right. Well, reading from The Pillar about his history, because again, they started changing his Wikipedia page around the moment that they announced him, but at the same time, I'll still pull him up. What was his name again? Robert Francis Prevost. Robert Prevost. Wikipedia. All right. So, grew up in Chicago in the 60s. Blah, blah, blah. Don't care. Proximity to the clergy wasn't the only reason he considered priesthood. His father served as some kind of priest. The youngster also had positive experiences in parish life, serving as an altar boy. Once he was convinced of his call to priesthood, he faced another discernment challenge. Should he become a diocesan priest or join a religious order? All of this is just like nonsense to me, so I'm not even going to bother. Then we get to 99, where he was elected provincial prior to Midwest Augustinians. A year into the role, he permitted a priest who sexually abused minors to live in a Chicago rectory, half a block from a Catholic school, at the Archdiocese's request. 2001, he was elected prior general of Worldwide Augustinian Order, a post he held for 2 6-year terms. 2014, Pope Francis named him the Apostolic Administrator of Chiclayo diocese, bringing him back to northwestern Peru. Blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah, blah. He was a guy that covered for sex offenders, child molesters, and he's a homophobe. So this is a pretty negative pope compared to the one that we had, who was arguably the most, like, the wokest pope in history. Emma, just so I don't get timed out again, what was that message that timed me out? That's a good question. I couldn't find it. Alden. Well, yeah, that sucks. Look, basically, this was kind of expected. I wanted Pizza Balla, but the world's just not that good right now. Like, we just don't have the luck on our side. A diocesan priest preaches to a parish in a city or town and can work up the religious order or orders that perform specified missions or tasks for the church. Thank you, Ilirda. A little history I skimmed of him and had like almost nothing about any strong positions on any social issues. Feel like just a status quo, run-of-the-mill, anything puppet-ish pope. He had some positions, that were somewhat progressive on some social issues, but then he goes the opposite on some other ones. Like, he's against abortion, but he's also against the death penalty. He's homophobic, but thankfully, unlike presidents, popes don't tend to go directly opposed to their predecessor's word, considering, like, the idea is the pope is the vessel for God to speak. And so, like, if the pope changed their mind massively, like did a full 180 on a subject between one pope and another, you'd have to be able to, at least in the religious framework, justify that God changed his mind, and that's a lot harder to do. So that doesn't tend to be as big of an issue. He's against genders and homophobic, but likes immigration, so at least he's not racist, maybe. So yay-ish. I don't think likes immigration. I think he's just mad that we're kidnapping people and sending them to gulags. I don't think that has anything to do with really immigration. We just keep framing the kidnapping and sending to the fucking labor camps of people as an immigration issue. And so that's why it's being framed that way. He looks pretty healthy, so I feel like we're going to stuck with him for a long time. Probably. Doesn't matter at this point. Who cares? If you can at least speak against what the U.S. is doing to immigrants in foreign countries, that helps. Yeah, I'll take it. I'll take a W where we can. He had to go at J.D. Vance and Trump on Twitter a few weeks ago. I mean, J.D. Vance was literally arguing with Pope Francis about empathy, so they're going to keep doing it. I say a new pope, new page. Let's see what the guy does. I'm going to base my opinions off of his prior actions and not just give him a new slate because he's a pope. Based off of his prior actions, I don't expect much good from him. If he does some nice things, I'll be sure to give him credit, but, you know, he's not a different person. God suddenly hasn't entered his body. This isn't Avatar, but, you know, there's always a chance that he has a soul. Prasanna, because you are not engaging with the rules. I'm telling you to shut the fuck up about India and Pakistan until we talk about it. We're almost there. We have like 2 things to talk about before we're at India and Pakistan. I just want you to hang on. You're distracting. That's why you're being timed out. You could be pro-immigration because that is a possible Christian position to arrive at using religious reasoning. Theoretically. Theoretically. I would more argue that he's probably just using the immigration framing because we built the immigration framing around kidnapping people and sending them to camps. Were you raised Catholic? No, I was raised Muslim, actually. So, incredibly funny thing, by the way. Somewhat unrelated to what we were talking about. Somewhat related in the fact that it does relate to America, but a third Navy fighter jet has fallen into the Red Sea. A third jet has hit the Red Sea, Mr. President. And I don't know how we keep doing that. We have a ceasefire with the Houthis. What the fuck? What the fuck? We have a ceasefire with them. They're not even bombing us. So how did we lose a third jet today? And I know it's today because this video was like an hour ago or 2 hours ago, tops. Yeah, 2 hours ago. There you go. So how? How?
Loses another $70 million fighter jet in the Red Sea. Happened as the fight against Iranian-linked militants.
Ansar Allah 3, America 0, clearly.
Fox's Greg Palcott reports.
What, are the Houthis developed like telekinesis?
The U.S. military suffered another loss as it confronts Iran's proxy groups in the Mideast. An F-18 fighter jet failed to complete a landing on the USS Harry S. Truman aircraft carrier and fell into the sea. The third plane lost by the Truman during this deployment. It came just hours after Israeli airstrikes crippled the main
What did we make mandate drinking on the job or something?
international airport under the control of Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen.
It's our choice.
Again, we have a ceasefire with the Houthis as of yesterday. So how are we losing an aircraft today?
The Houthis have agreed to
It's
end
like when we
their
got beat
attacks
by
on
rice farmers twice.
U.S. shipping after just over a month of daily U.S. airstrikes. The Houthis say they'll continue targeting Israel, but the White House claims it was never trying to stop those attacks.
This has always been about freedom of navigation, that the problem was they were striking hundreds of ships in the Red Sea, stopping the ability for ships.
And we fixed that. They stopped. How has that have anything to do with the ships that we are losing, or the planes that we are losing?
The president is also reportedly planning to announce that the U.S. will now refer to the Persian Gulf as the Arabian Gulf. In Tel Aviv, Greg Val.
I hate this country so fucking much. Yeah, I don't know what, throw that in at the end there for like no reason too. Like, oh yeah, we're just gonna change the name of the Persian Gulf too.
Many years. The president is also reportedly planning to
Talking about Canada to just randomly throw that in at the end of the video. That's fine.
in many years. The president is also reportedly planning to announce that the U.S. will now refer to the Persian Gulf as the Arabian Gulf. In Tel Aviv, Greg Falcon, Fox News.
Los Angeles is putting...
We are not a serious country, guys. We're a joke. We're a joke of a country. Are we tired of winning yet? Yeah, I definitely am. We're only getting started, too. You're not wrong. Misfire, they thought it was a bad guy, and now their radio's silent, like classic. It still doesn't explain how the plane fell into the sea when we're not fighting the Houthis anymore. We're so respected around the world. We've never been so respected. Should we let the Trump admin define the U.S.? Yeah, because the United States is dead now. This is a new country. The end of the United States was when Trump was inaugurated. I'm coping through it all with laughter and community. Both help. All right, we're going to talk about India and Pakistan now. I need to pee really quickly. And then, so when we come back, we can actually, like, do a proper analysis. Shit's getting bad. This is escalating, and it's not going away anytime soon. And remember, these are 2 nuclear powers, so that's a big risk. 2 seconds. Sorry guys, hold on, I got a package as well. Sorry about that, I had a delivery come in. Oh my god, thank you for all the subs. A guard. Solid take, Mr. Chair. Yeah, the chair is really good, actually. Good co-stream. Holy shit. Thank you, though. I do really, really appreciate that. Now, Elden Lore Hoarder, rather. The crazy thing is that Trump changing place names used to be a big no-no, and war would be immediate in any other time period but the modern day. Yeah, essentially. So now we can just randomly change the names of long-standing recognized names of places. Okay, I changed the name of White House to the Asylum. Well, you can do that if enough people do it with you. So, basically, yeah, if enough people do it with you, you can just decide to change the name of something. The Arabian Gulf. Jesus Christ. Way to signal that you think that a bunch of terrorist Muslim Arabs fuck this country. Like, to me, that came off actually differently. The getting rid of the Persian Gulf and making it the Arabian Gulf made it come across to me as, fuck Iran, I'm pro-Saudi. Because he is pro-Saudi. Trump is owned by the Saudis. And the Saudis hate the Iranians. And so that makes more sense to me. Persians are Iranians, and Arabs are obviously the Saudis. USA sells Saudis for nuke control over the Hormuz Sea, threatened Tehran. Israel, no use nukes for survive, but Trump says two birds fight back at each other or on the Saudis, but he is literally joking or not. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I don't want to be parasocial, but Visora seems like a cool person. Thank you. I don't think it's parasocial. Just to think that, you know, I think that you're a cool person. I think a lot of you are cool people, actually. And thanks, Shard. All right, let's jump over to India, Pakistan, because this shit's going to get bad. So, they've been fighting. They've been using artillery, shelling across the border. We've seen dogfighting in the air. Apparently, some of the planes that were shot down weren't even shot down by anti-air, like on the ground. They were shot down by a plane in the sky, air-to-air combat, which is a much bigger deal in terms of escalation, because you just fire anti-air into the sky and your plane can just get shot down. That doesn't signal intent, but shooting a plane down while flying another plane, now that's intent. And it's also quite embarrassing for India to lose the amount of planes that they did. So
Pakistani security officials say air defenses have shot down an Indian drone near a naval base in the eastern city of Lahore. Overnight, Indian and Pakistani troops exchanged gunfire in the disputed Kashmir region. India's military has released footage it says shows yesterday's airstrikes on targets in Pakistan and Pakistani-administered Kashmir. Islamabad claimed to have shot down Indian aircraft and has vowed further retaliation.
What's wrong with
India's
DW?
strikes respond.
DW is like a quarter of the news that I use now. It's mostly DW, France 24, Australian ABC. The ones that are the least bullshitty or provide some degree of outside of the American context of what's actually happening, and I do like that. Al Jazeera is great for the region as well. It's German state media, and you're aware of that when you're looking at it. Just like how we look at CNN and we think, oh, okay, this is American state media. Same with Fox. They're all
by the
yucky.
massacre of 26 people in Indian-administered Kashmir over 2 weeks ago. Delhi accuses Pakistan of supporting terrorism in the territory, which Pakistan denies. Now, earlier, I asked DW's Delhi Bureau Chief Sandra Petersman whether India has responded to Pakistan's claims that it's downed Indian fighter jets.
As of now, there is no official response here from sources in New Delhi.
We have gotten actually a response there. Sorry, that one's a bit out of the loop. We've gotten a U.S. confirmation of Indian jets being shot down by Pakistan, as well as the French confirming that at least one Rafale fighter was shot down. So, like, getting an understanding of what are the military capabilities of these two countries. We know that they're both nuclear powers. We know that they both have a lot of people. If you weren't aware, like, I'm sure all of you know that India is fucking massive, but so is Pakistan. Pakistan has more than 200 million people in it. It's not a small country. And so this could get pretty big.
At $75 billion, India's annual defense budget is nearly 10 times that of Pakistan's. India is currently
has way more allies.
Ranked as the 4th strongest military power in the world, well ahead of its South Asian neighbor. This gap is reflected in all branches of their armed forces. India has 5 million soldiers, reservists, and paramilitary personnel, while Pakistan has 1.7 million. The Indian Air Force is one of the most advanced in the world. It counts more than 500 combat aircraft, including 36 Rafale purchased from
I think you're taking it way too far, Savella. I think that none of that, like that, all what you just laid out requires there to be a lot more time where nothing's happening than we're going to see. We are in the happening. It's too late for that. You're not building shit now. Now is the tearing shit down times.
France during President François Hollande's tenure.
1.7 million troops for Pakistan is no fucking joke. That's a lot. Yeah, 5 million on India's side, sure. But you gotta have to remember that China is backing Pakistan here. And China shares a border with both India and Pakistan.
In late April, India signed an agreement to order 26 more fighter jets from France in the coming years.
It would be China.
Pakistan has more than 300 combat aircraft, including American F-16s and Chinese JF-17s. At sea, India has a clear military advantage. It has 2 aircraft carriers, while Pakistan has none. New Delhi can also count on its 18 submarines, one of which can carry nuclear warheads. Islamabad, on the other hand, has only 8 traditional submarines.
Yeah, most of China's border is blocked by the Himalayas. They have a border dispute, like, ongoing. The Chinese and the Indian governments have a dispute over that border, and so China is definitely on the Pakistani side. And also, because of this, Pakistan is China's only way to access a port that is outside of the American blockade. So, like, let me pull up a map really quickly. It'll make more sense if I show you, rather than tell. So if we go over to here. So first off, China, right? Chinese border with India. And then we have Kashmir over here, which, you know, also is kind of bordering China. China being able to use the ports in Karachi means that it can do shipping that is not blocked by the US blockade. All the way down from Japan, South Korea, Taiwan, all of these little islands all around here are designed to block China out from trade if we decide to. If we want to have a war, obviously. If, like, they decided to invade Taiwan, for example, this is what we would do. We would enforce that blockade. This opens a door for China to be able to still have access to shipping that would not work with that. Dash lines at the border, eh? Yeah, basically. It's always going to. Russia, Ukrainian, Donbass war, both countries total deserve fight 3 million. Pakistan, India deserve 5 million fight. What are you talking about? What do you mean by deserve? I'm confused what you mean by deserve. I'm actually not even sure what you mean. Like, your English isn't great, and I'm having trouble understanding it. You guys get what I mean by the importance of Pakistan's ports, though, to China. If any other country is going to get involved in this conflict, it's going to be China. We also do have Afghanistan, which is technically allied with Pakistan, and Turkey is also allied with Pakistan. Saudi Arabia would also ally with Pakistan here. Iran might even ally with Pakistan here. So India's kind of on their own. I mean, they got America, but America's not going to fight a war on India's behalf. So, like, this isn't simple. This could absolutely unravel and devolve into something much worse and much bigger. Karachi port has been recently attacked, and it seems like the Balochistan inside Pakistan might have attacked it. I would need to see confirmation about that from, like, a reputable news source, but I don't know. I don't care. There's literally already a civil war in Pakistan. That's not true. Literally not true. Not a civil war in Pakistan. That's not happening. Cite me some evidence for that. But what he's saying is that collectively that the Russians and Ukrainians have 3 million troops and that India and Pakistan have 5 million. India has 5 million. Pakistan has 1.7. They have 6.7 million soldiers, ground troops in combination. So, like, numbers are off.
India has nearly twice as many tanks, 10 times as many vehicles, and 3 times as many missiles as Pakistan.
That's
finally,
kind of what
the
I
two
see
South
happening,
Asian countries are
It
both
does
nuclear.
look like everyone's frothing at the mouth, waiting for, you know, someone to say go, and then the race starts. Everyone starts World War III.
Powers. Some military analysts say India's 180 nuclear warheads and Pakistan's 170 have raised fears of a worst-case scenario.
Addition, Lady Bros, that was actually very helpful in the translation, and the numbers are off, but, like, yeah, your translation wasn't. I do actually appreciate it. I feel like sometimes I come off as mean or unhappy or grumpy when I just, like, am agreeing, and I need to work on my delivery of that, because I'm usually
in the case
not
of an
grumpy with
extreme
you guys.
escalation in conflict.
All right, so moving on, we now see Pakistan accusing India of lighting an inferno, fueling fears of wider conflicts, as Pakistan is claiming that India struck civilians, and they did absolutely strike civilians.
Pakistan's Prime Minister has accused
Now, might not be solely civilians, but civilians were struck.
India of igniting an inferno with the missiles it launched at his country overnight. Shehbaz Sharif said India had made a grave mistake for which it will now have to pay the price. At least 31 people were killed in the overnight attacks. India says it was targeting what it calls terrorist infrastructure in 9 different locations. The Indian strikes
Is Pakistan friends with Iran or frenemies? Frenemies-ish? Iran is neutral here, but Iran would back Pakistan in this conflict. It would just be a little bit under the table. It also is conflicting there because Iran, Pakistan, India, China, like this region is filled with BRICS countries. Like India is a BRICS country. China is a BRICS country. They're not all friendly to each other. Iran might hate Pakistan, but it would benefit them to help Pakistan in this situation. Again, like they are more ideologically in line than would be with the Indian end. Because again, the only supporters of India right now would be America.
were followed by heavy Pakistani shelling across the line of control, which India says killed between 10 and 15 people.
The smoldering remains of a home.
I mean, Russia is
shell
the other
casings
BRICS country.
from last night's gunfire, mixed with broken bits of people's lives. Villages like Salamabad, along the line of control in Indian-administered Kashmir, pounded overnight into the morning. As India and Pakistan exchanged...
You guys also know that, like, India also funds terror groups, right? Like, it's not just Pakistan. How bad was it? What's the death toll? In this attack, I think it was about 40. I'll pull it up for you in a second.
Reporting dozens of casualties on both sides.
It is absolutely true. You're just like Indian nationalist brain is not going to want to admit it. You guys tried to do assassinations of sheikhs in fucking Canada, right? Don't tell me that you don't do state-sponsored terrorism. You guys try and do assassinations in Western countries of your political dissidents. That is terrorism.
Many of the injured residents from Salamabad were brought to this nearby hospital.
Oh, actually,
one of the burned down homes we saw earlier belonged to Badruddin Naik and his family.
Me and my children had barely enough time to run after 2 Pakistani shells landed in the middle of our home.
I mean, no, bring it up. We're talking about it.
You've seen our loss. We have nothing left.
Thank you for the correction, depraved ambiance. Yeah, no, it was a successful assassination in Surrey, British Columbia, Canada, done by India, of a sheikh, which would in all reasonable realities be an act of war by India against Canada. That, like, they were Canadian citizens, weren't they? Because at the very least, like, the attempt that I remember was a Canadian citizen. Having a foreign country kill one of your citizens on your soil, that's an act of war.
India under pressure domestically to respond to last month's attack when gunmen opened fire on tourists in Indian-administered Kashmir. 26 people died.
Okay, I don't care about his roots. He was still a citizen of another country. You're like, the roots don't matter. I was born in Turkey. I live in Australia. That doesn't mean that Turkey can kill me. I'm a political dissident who dislikes Erdogan. Does that give the Turkish government the right to assassinate me in, like, on Australian soil and that not be an aggressive military act against the country that I live in? Wait, do you actually live in Australia? Yeah, I do.
Deadliest attack on civilians in recent years. India blaming militants operating in Pakistan.
Shuk is pronounced either Sikh or Sikh. I pronounce it with the Arab accent, the Shuk. That's how you say it in Turkish, at least.
An allegation Pakistan denies.
India exercised its right to respond
and preempt, as well as deter more such cross-border attacks. These actions were measured, non-escalatory, proportionate, and responsible.
And this was the response. India says it targeted and destroyed 9 militant training camps operating in Pakistan-administered Kashmir and beyond.
It's pretty bad.
Pakistan says dozens of civilians were killed in those attacks.
I'm seeing reports of at least 40 from this attack from yesterday. And don't get me started on the weather. It's fucking cold, all right? I'm jealous of you people going into spring. I hate winter. I hate autumn. I want it to be warm again.
Calling the military action an act of war, it is vowing retaliation.
Pakistan reserves the right and will respond to this aggression at a time, place, and means of our own choice.
As border towns and villages like Islamabad lay abandoned,
How cold does it get
people in the
Australia?
region
Depends on
are
where.
left hoping that this brings recent tensions to an end and not.
Look, no, this isn't bringing tensions to an end. It's only igniting them further. Pull up the map for you. But how cold it gets in Australia depends on where you live. It doesn't snow for most of the country. I think Tasmania and Canberra are the two places that you go for snow for the most part. He was a pro-colonialist. That's why they assassinated him. For fragile dictatorships do these things. Like, yeah, that's fine. Like, just making sure that we're aware that both of these countries do bad things. Like, there isn't a good country here. But to be very clear, the aggressor here is India. India is the one doing aggression. Giant text wall that I'm not going to read. Sorry. So, we had 31 civilians dead, 57 injured a day ago, reported for that main attack, the one that we were looking at. And then we had just general fighting throughout. Pakistan reportedly identified and shot an Indian drone over Lahore. What about the attack on India, the civilians killed? I've talked about it, but Pakistan didn't do that. This isn't like that wasn't Pakistan. That was a terror group, and we covered it. And I said that that was a terror group and that it was bad. Let's talk about the fact that India won't allow an investigation of that attack. Why do you think India doesn't want an investigation to happen? Because Pakistan has said they didn't do it and they want an investigation. And India's the one saying no. Why did they do it? Well, because Modi is a fascist. India is a fascist dictatorship. And under the fascist mode of government, when you are losing popularity, which Modi is, his popularity numbers have been flagging, you usually rally the people with some bloodlust. Now, whether or not it's a false flag, I'm not going to go that far. It might not be a false flag. It might be something more akin to what Israel did, in that you get intel of a coming attack and you just let it happen so that you can politically benefit off of it. It doesn't necessarily mean that India did it to themselves, but they could just allow it to happen. America does this as well. Didn't India say they wanted like an American investigation or something conveniently? No. Pakistan said we want an independent investigation, and India said no, because they wouldn't get to do the investigating, which is what independent means. It would be neither Pakistan nor India are doing the investigation, and India is the one saying no. So, Taiwan, Russia, Israel, France support India, yes. I do believe so, yeah. But, like, that's, like, India has much less support behind it. France is not going to wage into this militarily. France is not going to fund this war. France is only on the Indian side because they sell them shit. Like, that's the only reason France will be on India's side, is because they sell them shit. India doesn't want to investigate because India called for an investigation with Pakistan, with all of the other attacks on India in the past, but Pakistan did not aggress for the investigation, and now they want not to investigate because no, that's a lie. India is the one blocking the investigation. Pakistan wants an investigation. Pakistan has said, let's have one. So it's your guys. India is the one saying no investigation. Why? Because it doesn't benefit India. This right here, this kid is the smartest person in the entire region. Out of both countries, this is the only non-idiot right now.
Pakistan Zindabad. Zindabad. Sharam nahi aa rahi. Kyun sharam aayegi?
Oh, also pay attention to the fucking zealotrous rhetoric of these people. This is a person talking to a child, all right? Pay attention to these words because it's fucking insane.
Pakistan Zindabad. Zindabad. Sharam nahi aa rahi.
Aren't you
Kyun sharam aayegi?
ashamed?
Pakistan ko khatam
Pakistan shouldn't be destroyed?
नहीं करना चाहिए हाँ नहीं करना चाहिए भारत देश जिंदाबाद है नहीं है और पाकिस्तान जिंदाबाद है नहीं है आपका नाम अपनी जगह पे सब
Long live everyone in their own space.
जिंदाबाद आपका नाम क्या होगा तुम भी अपनी जगह पे जिंदाबाद आपका नाम क्या होगा कैफ कैफ पूरा नाम कैफ मोहम्मद कैफ कहाँ से हैं आप मैं बिहार से हूँ बिहार से आपको थोड़ी सी भी
Aren't you even a little
शर्म नहीं आ रही कि भारत देश
that despite living in
में
India,
रहने के बावजूद आप पाकिस्तान
you're supporting Pakistan? The kid who said everyone has the right to live. This is actual footage of a zealot questioning a kid. Yeah, the guy asking these questions is fucking insane. This child is the only rational one.
पाकिस्तान का समर्थन कर रहे हो कि कैसे खत्म होगा
Look at the past India called for. I don't give a shit about what India called for in the past. India is not allowing an investigation into this attack. We're not talking about the past. We're not talking about attacks that happened years ago. Why is India not allowing an independent investigation into the attacks that they are starting a fucking war over?
अच्छा आप ही न्यूज़ बना रहे तो आपको शर्म नहीं आ रही कि क्या न्यूज़ बना रहा हूँ
But fucking this kid, by the way, based as fuck. Why aren't you ashamed?
खत्म होगा पाकिस्तान अच्छा आप ही न्यूज़ बना रहे तो आपको शर्म नहीं आ रही कि क्या न्यूज़ बना रहा हूँ आपको शर्म नहीं आ रही है कि न्यूज़ बना के सबको फैला रहे हो हिंदू मुस्लिम के बारे में
Hindus and Muslims?
पाकिस्तान का समर्थन क्यों करना आप पहले हमें जवाब दीजिए उसके बाद हम कुछ बोलेंगे तुम जो बोल रहे हो वहाँ भी आदमी है यहाँ भी आदमी है वहाँ भी मुस्लिम है वहाँ भी हिंदू है यहाँ भी हिंदू है
There's people here, there's Muslims there, there's Hindus there, there's Muslims here, there's Hindus here.
सब तो है इंसान तो क्यों सबको खत्म करना है
Then why kill everybody? Tell me, based fucking kid. Nothing that Pakistan can do, bar starting a war with India, justifies India starting a war with Pakistan. But holy fuck, the Hitlerite rhetoric of this guy interviewing this kid is blowing my mind. What's up, Zach? And also, yes, you should blame the British.
सबको हक है तो क्यों खत्म करना आप पाकिस्तान का समर्थन करते हैं आप जाओगे वहाँ
If you go there and someone kills you, then what? The job's done?
पाकिस्तान का समर्थन करते हैं हाँ करते हैं तुम भारतीय नहीं हो तुम भारतीय
Do you support Pakistan?
खत्म कर दिया तो हो गया काम आप पाकिस्तान का समर्थन करते हैं हाँ
I do. But aren't you an Indian? Like, that's the level of brain rot. This is just MAGA rhetoric.
नहीं हो तुम भारतीय नहीं हो भारतीय है आप जो बोल रहे इस देश
You're saying that destroying that country
देश को खत्म करें तो सब में तो इंसान
where people are living
नहीं रहते हैं तो मेरे को छोटी सी चीज जाननी थी
like this kid is not genocidal. Might be the only not genocidal kid in fucking India. This chat is wildly unhinged. BJP found your channel, Visora. I don't even know who BJP is, but I did expect when we started talking about this to get a bit unhinged. Ah, there we go. Yeah, I see it now, who the BJP is. They're everywhere. Their bots are everywhere. They will argue till the end of the earth because it is just nationalism running through the rhetoric. That's all it is. It's just warmongering nationalism. This is actually so dangerous for the kid. Like, I'd like to check up on him and make sure that, like, he's safe. Yeah, these people could kill this kid. They're saying he should be ashamed that he's supporting the enemy. Like, they could physically harm him. Who taught you this? Like, have a brain, man. That is the best answer. This kid is incredible.
तुम जो बोल रहे हो वहाँ भी आदमी है, यहाँ भी आदमी है, वहाँ भी मुस्लिम है, वहाँ भी हिंदू है, यहाँ भी हिंदू है, सब तो है इंसान। तो क्यों सबको खत्म करना? पहले ये बता, क्यों करना? सबको जिंदगी जीने का हक है, सबको हक है, तो क्यों खत्म करना?
आप पाकिस्तान का समर्थन करते हैं?
कहीं आप जाओगे वहाँ, कहीं आपको खत्म कर दिया तो हो गया काम?
आप पाकिस्तान का समर्थन करते हैं?
हाँ करते हैं।
तुम भारतीय नहीं हो, तुम भारतीय नहीं हो।
भारतीय है।
Thanks. Actually, one of those is next up to not next up, but on the list to watch. Zach, the GDF one. Like I don't know. Like at the end of this, like that kid's answer. This is how you should be engaging. By the way, like this should be your answer.
आप जो बोल रहे इस देश को खत्म करो, उस देश को खत्म करो, तो सब में तो इंसान
सिखाया किसने?
Who taught you this?
दूर यार, सिखाया किसने?
Walk the fuck away. The other one is not, but I do have a lot to go through anyway, so only one of those will be taken. The other one looks interesting, but like it's gonna take too long, and I unlike you, Zach, am not strong enough to do 10-hour streams. I get too much pain. So, little rundown from military channel that we follow.
This guy's telling the truth. That means the largest air-to-air battle since World War II just played out a couple days ago between India and Pakistan, which would be wild. But either way, we are getting more and more confirmation that at least a couple Indian aircraft were shot down by Pakistani jets. Now, starting with this story of the massive dogfight, which I want to be sure to hammer home here, is a single Pakistani security source saying this to CNN. He says 125 Indian and Pakistani fighters battled for over an hour.
That would be literally insane. If that actually happened, that's wild. Reactionaries' response: no, I don't want to dehumanize people I hate, but not feel bad about it.
With both sides confined to their own.
This is just some like U.S. military blogger. He's OSINT guy. He is a bit too pro-America for my taste, but he does actually give out proper information, like it's factual. So, I'm not familiar with India's geography. Do you know what persona means? What was the last thing persona said? BJP is not ruling in the south. I'm from the south of India. I'm not familiar with like the ruling demographics of local parties, but Modi's party is BJP. And so they are in charge. Whether you're in the north or the south, you are in charge. They are in charge because they are it's Modi's party. So, do you watch Millennium? No, I do not. This guy looks like he asks for American flag birthday cakes for his kid. Nah, he's not that bad.
Airspace as long-range missiles were exchanged at distances surpassing 100 miles. Neither side crossed the border, the source said, citing a 2019 clash when an Indian pilot was shot down, captured in Pakistan, and paraded on television, an embarrassment both militaries were keen to avoid repeating. So a couple things to keep in mind here. First off, not independently confirmed, and CNN goes out of their way to say that it's one Pakistani
this, again,
source.
Would be massive. 125 fucking jets dogfighting. You have to remember that like your Sky Navy is one of your most expensive military assets, and your pilots are also some of your most expensive troops to train. They're very valuable.
But this also isn't completely out of the blue. Like if we heard of this happening between Ukraine and Russia right now, it'd be surprising because we haven't seen that degree of air-to-air combat. But we have confirmation now.
Yeah, literally, depraved ambiance. It would be like saying Trump isn't my president. I live in a blue state.
Aircraft shot down by other aircraft on May 7th. So the opening day of Operation Sindoor, where India began striking targets inside of Pakistan, what they were calling terrorist camps. Now, in terms of footage, we have not seen anywhere near the volume of footage coming out of this conflict that we have others.
Confirmed down jets are at least one French Rafale fighter, one MiG-29.
In recent years, that might change, but as of now, both Pakistan and India are keeping a pretty tight lid on
because you guys don't have 12,000 planes.
Anything. We've got a couple drone footage, it looks like, coming out of India, but that's about it. So I wouldn't say that the lack of footage means that this didn't happen, but we definitely have to be skeptical of anything talking about this size of an operation that just played out. But that does bring us to the stories of the downed aircraft in recent days. As a reminder,
Thank you.
Pakistan claimed to have shot down 5 Indian Air Force jets and 1 drone in self-defense on May 7th.
Have now
so this is
been
again
confirmed.
the start of.
Do you know what Sindoor means? No, but probably some hit the right shit. Suppose I'll look it up just to know. I mean, it says it means minimum or minium. I don't know. Like, no one has 12,000 jets. That's why I was like, that makes no sense at all.
Of Operation Sindoor. Pakistan says they shot down 3 of the French-made Rafale jets, 1 MiG-29 and 1 Su-30.
At least 1 Rafale jet has been confirmed. I'm not sure about the other 2, but yeah, big losses.
Pakistan also claimed that a Chinese-made J-10 fighter downed at least 2 of those Indian jets using air-to-air missiles. Now, one of the challenges here is we have India's government and their military has essentially stayed entirely silent on this, and the Indian embassy in Beijing dismissed any of these reports as being complete disinformation. And we're watching reports come up and go down.
We have approximately 5,500 combat aircraft in the United States, which is not separating to like fueling aircraft. So we have about 5,000 America-wise.
And it's hard to really dial in what exactly happened here, but we have started to see some pictures and videos of the wreckage, and it looks like an independent analysis here of the wreckage. The pictures coming out of this did identify some of the debris as being from a Rafale fighter. This
one like did not tie back to a Rafale fighter. This tied back to a Jaguar. When Zomi looked it up.
There's some reports that French officials confirmed that one of these was shot down, but I went down the rabbit hole trying to find the original source there, and it's just kind of circular reporting. So I wouldn't be confident at this point in saying that the French confirmed the shoot down. But it looks like the United States did, albeit an anonymous source here, or anonymous officials. In a report cited by Reuters, they say Chinese-made J-10 fighter operated by the Pakistan Air Force shot down at least 2 Indian military aircraft on Wednesday, according to 2 U.S. officials.
So that's the other part of it, is that we now have confirmation that at least one of the aircraft that were shot down via air-to-air combat, not surface-to-air air defense, which does make a difference. And I do get it now, Liddy. Sindoor is the color orange-red and is the color used, Jesus Christ, with the fucking text balls. Please stop it. Which is done on the forehead of the married woman, signifying purity, so embedded into the name of the operation is some nationalistic Hindu supremacy stuff. Yeah, it makes sense. And thank you for the numbers. Total stock of U.S. aircraft is one thing, but, like, we were looking at combat aircraft. That number's still kind of, yeah, that number's on point. You're adding like civilian aircraft and tankers and stuff into that.
They say one of the officials, speaking on the condition of anonymity, said there was high confidence that Pakistan had used the Chinese-made J-10 aircraft to launch air-to-air missiles against Indian fighter jets, bringing down at least 2. Another official said that at least 1 Indian jet that was shot down was a French-made Rafale fighter.
Look, at this point,
both officials said Pakistan's F-16
make the argument that this isn't already full-on war.
Off a couple days ago. Background here, we're talking about Operation Sindoor. India kicked this off a couple days ago by striking 9 terrorist targets in Pakistan, and Pakistan administration.
9 targets they claimed were terrorists and did not justify any of them. Pointed out a school, in fact, an indoctrination center, and provided no evidence of terrorism. Like India is the bad country here. India is the aggressor. So, at this point, I hope this stops, because these two countries hate each other enough that this really could end up in a nuclear war. This is more likely to result in a nuclear discharge than Russia-Ukraine is if Ukraine just started marching to Moscow. Schools, sounds familiar. Anyone else? Yeah, I
Kashmir.
Sounds familiar.
They say that they were going after groups like Jaish-e-Mohammed, Lashkar-e-Taiba, and others. Training camps.
It was at nighttime, so the school was empty. They weren't murdering children.
Groups that they are that are affiliated with the organization carried out the terrorist attack in Pahalgam on April 22nd that killed 26 people. Now, what we've been waiting for a couple days now, since India carried this out, is some sort of response from Pakistan, and we're starting to see that. over the course of the last 24 hours. Although at this point, I don't think we have seen the entirety of that response. There's a lot of...
Do we need to have a remedial English lesson where we talk about how countries are different from the people who live inside of those countries? Yes, we do. We definitely do. Don't ban, please. The disinformation is entertaining. Yeah, no, we don't want to ban. I'm actually enjoying that because then I get to springboard off of it and then give you like real information. That's just straight espionage of the youth in Pakistan's future. No terrorism involved, just espionage. Well, I mean, like, again, terrorist at this point is such a useless term that it makes no difference. You've given quite a bit. Like, the fact that you still won't acknowledge that Pakistan didn't do this and that the sites that India hit were civilian sites, Farzana? Are you going to talk about that? Your info are wrong. A school. It is actually a 100% true, and we'll see it.
A lot of commentary coming from Pakistani officials,
a children's school,
essentially saying like, you're not gonna, you will know when the response comes because it's going to be overwhelming. And we've talked about this in a previous video where the likely move here is some sort of proportional response to avoid a walk up the escalation ladder. Maybe that means going after the same number of targets along the line. And notably, Pakistan says they did cause quite a few casualties through this fire. They also seem, there's some claims that Pakistan has carried out retaliatory strikes with drones and maybe a missile against Indian military posts along the line of control. No independent confirmation of that at this point. Now, we have seen...
The last bit of news we have from this is 6 hours ago from the Iranian foreign ministry, saying the Pakistani foreign minister confirmed in a call with Agarachi that his country does not seek escalation with India. It's fine. The U.S. has assessed the Pakistani forces shot down an Indian jet during India's airstrikes on Pakistan. That was 7 hours ago. And X, as in Twitter, has received executive orders from the Indian government requiring them to block 8,000 accounts in India. I'm sorry, why does the Indian government get to give executive orders to an American corporation? Just out of curiosity. That's interesting. And so, like, that's about the more recent bit of news that we have here for that one.
In the last 24 hours, quite a few Pakistani and Indian drones launched into each other's airspace. Both sides right now are saying that they have essentially shot all of them down and everything has been protected.
Because we can? Wait, hold on. What's the because we can too? To you having an executive order to tell a U.S. company to ban people because we can? And you think that you're not the bad guy here? Your argument for shutting down people's speech is because we can. Well, like, you can't make it any clearer than that you are evil, that your ideology is evil, that you are full of shit, and your brain has rotted from nationalist jingoism. How do I make this full screen? I want to make your chat log the whole screen so we can have a look at it together. Oh, it doesn't seem like I can. I'll have to keep it somewhat small right in front of us so we can all see it together. You came in here talking about, first of all, using the shortcutted way of talking about Pakistan, India, which was fine because you didn't get a warning then. Then you talked about how you got banned from a Pakistani streamer because you said that, because he said that India is not America. And that, like, India can't just bomb other countries. And you disagreed, which you're wrong. India had more terrorist attacks internally. All sleeper cells are from Pakistan. Again, provided no evidence. Also ignored the fact that India does also sponsor states' terrorism. And still will not acknowledge the fact that just because they live in Pakistan, they are not the Pakistani fucking government. They're not connected. They're not the same. Nothing justifies this. Then you start going into like Balochistan, talking about rebels in Pakistan. You bring this back to like 2008. And then you have the fucking gall to say, okay, India supports terror, but not like this case. Not like in this specific attack where civilians were dead in Falagam. What about that? And I ask you about an investigation that India is blocking. And your answer to me as to why India is blocking the investigation into this attack is that India doesn't want to investigate because India called for an investigation with Pakistan about another attack and they didn't like the outcome. Are you fucking kidding me? And then you tell me that the information that I'm giving you is untrue without providing any counter information. And then when asked a question, like just broadly, I wasn't even asking you, about the censorship of speech on an American social media platform by the Indian government, executive order, Indian government's executive order, why? Now that is what you answer with because we can? Get the fuck out of here. You're Hitler. You are Adolf Hitler. That's all I have to say to you. Back in the day, I would actually avoid chatting in Vosh's chat because he kept doing that. Can't do a little disinfo without being called out. Well, like, the thing is, people believe the shit that they see on the screen. Like, just because it says it right here and no one read it out loud doesn't mean someone's not going to see it and then read it and then believe it.
What we might be seeing here, and these are more substantial drones. These aren't the little quadcopters, and these aren't the maybe medium to long range reconnaissance drones. We're talking about loitering munitions here. Some that look similar-ish, maybe, to the Shahed style drone we've seen used by Iran and the Garan style used by Russia. Similar to that. So think low-cost, long-range loitering munition is designed to find a target, crash
Raw, Indian intelligence says Russians destroy all Pakistani-backed Chechen Muslims next to Ukraine, and if Palestine to Israel and ISIS if no nuclear strike on India because Pakistani people are following the Chinese-Turkish diplomacy. Mate, Savella, speak English. Speak English. And yes, like, this is a false flag, obviously. This is India trying to start a war for fun. I need to use a chat client like Chatterino? Almost certainly, because the one that, like, Twitch has built in is not great for like looking up chat logs.
Into it and blow up. It's a one-way munition. We've seen a handful of those now shot down, especially by Pakistan. And they've showcased some of these Indian munitions that they've brought down. What's possibly happening here, given that we did see the initial attacks carried out with manned aircraft, but staying, again, according to that one source, and by all accounts, this part at least appears to be true, the manned aircraft did stay inside of their own countries. They didn't risk crossing over Indian aircraft into Pakistan and Pakistani aircraft into India.
I mean, like, once they fell, that's a different story. But yeah, for the most part, while doing their attacks, they were in their own territory while doing it, which makes sense. Like, it is better than them not doing that, I suppose. But why is this even happening? Well, I suppose let's find out.
Covering news is fraught with challenges. A developing story continues to change as you report on it. It's very early still in the story of the recent flare-up of tension between India and Pakistan. The catalyst, an attack on tourists in the serene Pahalgam area, is still shrouded in mystery and contradicting reports. More will become clear with time, hopefully.
I wish there'd been
like
an
in any asymmetric conflict, Pakistan has provided a necessary sanctuary state for guerrillas fighting Indian control over the Kashmir Valley. The NLF in Vietnam had the Ho Chi Minh Trail as sanctuary in neighboring Laos and Cambodia. Pakistan has served as a sanctuary state in other conflicts as well, notably for the Mujahideen fighting the Soviets in the 1980s.
Our based Mujahideen brothers. Goddamn, I can't wait for the new season of The Boys.
In a sanctuary, as in Chechnya, the insurgency slowly withers on the vine. But Pakistan's role in Kashmir may have diminished somewhat. Zia Rahman reported for the New York Times from Karachi that Pakistan's support for Kashmiri separatists
it should mention the Indus Water Treaty, which India illegally canceled.
Groups has been undermined by increased financial scrutiny from watchdogs. He consulted Majid Nizami, an expert on jihadist groups who is based in Lahore, who said that heightened security from the Financial Action Task Force, a Paris-based global financial watchdog, had pressured Pakistan to impose restrictions on Lashkar-e-Taiba's leaders and confiscate the group's financial assets. Tightened border controls by India have also made infiltration across the line of control almost impossible, Mr. Nizami said.
The idea was always to try and create a setting where having a war would be really difficult. Because again, these two countries hate each other. The British made it infinitely worse, and they both have nukes. So, like, make a scenario where going to war would be difficult, where it would hurt more.
The de facto border between Pakistan and India in Kashmir. Mujib Mashal as well raised doubts, writing at the Times, reporting from Delhi, in Kashmir. Mujib Mashal as well raised
India seems to be building its case for striking Pakistan, was the New York Times headline
doubts,
there.
writing in the Times,
But thanks for
reporting
the
from
follow,
Delhi. 5 days after the
Tacoma
terrorist
Blues.
assault, in which
Tacoma
gunmen
Blues.
killed 26 civilians, India has not officially identified any group as having carried out the massacre, and it has publicly presented little evidence to support its claim that Pakistan was behind.
Now, there was a group that initially took credit, but then said that they didn't do it, that they that was false. I don't know where that came from. Someone did. Obviously, there is a terrorist group that did this. The people who did this are terrorists. It's just who did them. We have a couple different
The
groups.
Pakistani government has denied involvement. As for the attack, a little-known group calling itself the Resistance Front emerged on social media to say it was behind the massacre, according to Indian news outlets. Reporting on the attack shortly after, Reuters quoted a little-known militant group, the Kashmir Resistance, which claimed responsibility for the attack in a social media message.
Reuters has gotten so lazy, by the way, that they just pull their news straight from Twitter without back-checking it now.
It expressed discontent that more than 85,000 outsiders had been settled in the region, spurring a demographic change. Consequently, violence will be directed toward those attempting to settle illegally, it said. The Resistance Front subsequently published a statement which
I say Visora ex-Indian intelligence that Pakistan supported the innocent Chechen Muslims and that they were proud of the Russians killing them, and said that the same thing should be done to the Ukrainians next. Okay, why would I believe that? Present evidence to me. I don't care about claims that you have of trying to make these people sound monstrous. Show me a video, a clip, give me a link. Pakistan is the good country here. They're the one that is not instigating. India is trying to make this a bigger war. And also, India is the one illegally canceling water treaties that in and of itself is genocidal. Like 80% of Pakistan's water cut off. Nothing that's being done is justified by either religion nor politics.
Which claimed the previous statement attributed to them was deceptive. The Resistance Front unequivocally denies any involvement in the Pahalgam incident.
Okay,
any
and that was the
attribution of this
interesting
act
thing. Was like they came out and they said, we did this, and they said, oh, wait, no, we unequivocally deny that we did this. And that's weird. That's weird. And I'm not saying like they were hacked or anything, but
the TRF is false, hasty, and part of an orchestrated campaign to malign the Kashmiri resistance. Shortly after the attack in Pahalgam,
there definitely is an orchestrated campaign to malign Kashmiri resistance as well as just Pakistan in general. It's just like, this is hella weird.
A brief and unauthorized message was posted from one of our digital platforms. After an internal audit, we have reason to believe it was the result of a coordinated cyber intrusion, a familiar tactic in the Indian state's digital warfare arsenal. This is not the first time India has manufactured chaos for political gain. You can't speak of the partition of...
This wouldn't be the first time, but I don't think India hacked into the group to say, like, hey, we did it. I feel like if they wanted to do that, they could have picked a better target, but it's still incredibly weird.
1947, without mentioning that it was a hideous historical period. Kashmir proved to be a microcosm of the violence that plagued the subcontinent. The dispute reportedly traces back to an initiative by the Hindu ruler of the princely state of Kashmir, Hari Singh, to create a Hindu-majority Jammu, south of the Kashmir Valley. At the time, Jammu was overwhelmingly Muslim. According to Idris Kant, a fellow...
So literally, this guy was like, hey, there's a bunch of Muslims over there. I want to make sure that there are more Hindus than Muslims there. By any means necessary. But the pro-US State Department propagandist on social media told me that Pakistan bad, which is really funny considering that we used to be more aligned with Pakistan than India. Like, the US was much closer aligned with Pakistan prior to Trump winning than India.
At the International Institute of Social History, the immediate impact of partition was in Jammu. The Muslim subjects from different parts of Jammu province were forcibly displaced by the Dogra army in a program of expulsion and murder carried out over 3 weeks between October to November 1947.
Pakistan bad, yes, save Europe against Soviet invasion in Afghanistan, bravo USA. I mean, genuinely, the Mujahideen would have been better there. When you're aware of propaganda tactics, it's infuriating to see them deployed on shit like this, like immediately on social media. Oh yeah, absolutely. It's because it's a Stan country. Oh my, if Stan then Muslim and bad, you're not wrong, actually, Shard. At least to the American brain, if it ends in stan, it is Muslims and the middle of nowhere, which is not even always true.
Many tens of thousands were reportedly killed. As a result,
Like,
writes Rifat
religion
Farid, the
in the
Muslims, who constituted
region-wise?
more than 60% of the population of Jammu region, were reduced to a minority after the killings and displacement.
So again, this region had a majority Muslim population. And then this guy just ethnically cleansed them and created a majority Hindu population. And we just talk about this as if it's normal.
5 days after the Jammu killings, tribal militias from Pakistan's northwestern frontier province, where many of the Jammu Muslims had family ties, invaded Kashmir. After which the king Hari Singh signed the Instrument of Accession with New Delhi, which sent its army to fight the tribesmen. The fighting of several weeks between tribesmen and the Indian army eventually led to the First India-Pakistan War. When New Delhi and Islamabad agreed to a ceasefire in January 1948, the former princedom of Jammu and Kashmir was divided between the two countries. To clarify, inside the border of the old princely state contains not only Kashmir, but also Ladakh, Jammu, Gilgit-Baltistan, Aksai Chin, the Kashmir Valley, or Kashmir District,
Gulf Wars
containing...
and the War on Terror really fucked up most of Americans' ability to be rational and not racist. I mean, yeah, what's left of it at least. Kazakhstan and Pakistan support Ukraine. Bad India help Russia. Israel very good. Well, like, Kazakhstan and Pakistan support Ukraine. That's based. India is BRICS. India is a Russian ally. India is an ally of the enemy, right? China's the wild card because China's also BRICS and China's also a Russian ally. It's just China's not an ally with India as much in that they also have a border dispute, and which is why they're going to take Pakistan's side. Remember that the Indian government hired someone to assassinate one of their former citizens who migrated to Canada? Yep, I mentioned that earlier, actually, specifically. There's been attempts as well as successes there. The Kazakhstan people I've seen talk about Russia, and some of them are the angriest pro-Ukrainians I've ever talked to, and the most based. Same. Like, Kazakhstan people who are anti-Russia are really fucking anti-Russia. They really hate the Kremlin. Oh, what's up, the Ivory Fool? Good to see you. Yes, sorry, I know I've been really shit at replying to you, but I've been overwhelmed with too many DMs, and I just haven't replied to anyone's. I'll get to them after stream today. Since it's the weekend, I can just, like, chill out and I can answer my messages, and then I'll get back to you. My bad, the Ivory Fool. I have felt really bad just blowing you off for days, but you're not the only one, if it makes you feel any better.
Some 7 million Muslim-majority Kashmiris is controlled by India. Grievances over political representation led to insurgency, which was met with counterinsurgency. Kashmir became very militarized. Indeed, for years, New Delhi has stationed hundreds of thousands of troops in the region. India and Pakistan fought some 3 wars over the territory, the last one in the late 90s. A number of obstacles obscure the reporting on the military deployment in Kashmir and all of the indignities associated with what's effectively a military occupation. First and foremost is censorship by India.
Which, again, India has sent an executive order. Modi, a different country's president, sent an executive order to X Corp, to Twitter, saying ban 8,000 Indian accounts in India. And we just do that. So Elon is just, you can just do that. You can give him an executive order. Any country can just say, hey, Elon, ban people in my country. And they just do. And this is what I meant by, like, you don't have free speech anymore. It's gone. Your ability to speak freely depends on where you are, the context. Especially online, it's cooked. It does. I figured it'd be easier to reach out over stream where it probably feels a bit less formal. Yes, thank you for that. It actually made a big difference. And now I feel less bad because I can just, like, acknowledge it publicly that I suck at answering my messages. Well, this is an interesting topic. I had almost zero background on this. Me too, really. I've been learning about it the last couple days. Very little background.
Personally, have very limited experience in this regard, as I was contacted by YouTube's legal department over a video I made on Kashmir. The video, according to India's Ministry of Electronics and...
India banned this video, how Kashmiris got so good at smoking Indian soldiers. Very funny. I've seen this exact video also with Viet Cong and smoking American soldiers, how the Taliban got really good at smoking American soldiers. Good series.
Information Technology violated their Information Technology Act per Section 69A in the interest of sovereignty and integrity of India, defense of India, security of the state, friendly relations with foreign states or public order, or for preventing incitement. The government may block for access by the public any information generated, transmitted, received, stored,
Look,
or
this is the
hosted
same
in
kind of
any
stuff
computer
Turkey
resource.
does.
The intermediary who fails to comply shall be punished with an imprisonment for a term which may extend to 7 years. Of course, this is just a personal anecdote.
Around.
It pales in comparison to the Indian government's use of internet shutdowns. An interesting research project called Free Speech Tracker, developed by the Software Freedom Law Center in India, has a helpful heat map showing internet shutdowns by state.
Look at this. So this is internet shutdowns for, what, the last month?
Tracking internet shutdowns since 2012.
So since 2012, by region, Jammu and Kashmir are at 442 internet shutdowns. Rajasthan being number 2 at 104. So the Indian government really fucking hates Jammu and Kashmir, clearly. Jesus Christ. Honestly, it might be better for you to just send messages in Turkish and Biz and other chatters can just translate. Yeah, gerçekten Türkçe yazabiliyorsan Türkçe okuyabilirim. Daha da kolay olur. Senin İngilizcenden daha iyi anlarım, Savela. If they only did this with their scam call centers. Genuinely.
The second most shutdowns occurred in Rajasthan, with 104. Jammu and Kashmir had 442. After India revoked Kashmir's semi-autonomous status in 2019, an internet blackout lasted until February 2021.
Oh, okay. So revoking your semi-autonomous status is basically saying you're not a state anymore. You don't have a state government. You just are a local government. That's it. You are me. You're just an extension of me. There is no state. There is no intermediary. You have no rights. And then shut off all the internet for like, what, 4 months so people can't complain?
18 months in total.
Sorry, how many?
The blackout lasted until February 2021. 18 months in total.
18 months! 18!
In May of 2021, not long after internet had been restored to Kashmir.
Teşekkür Visora'ya bu noktalamaya uğraşmayayım. I'll look at the other one. Uğraşmayı istiyorum. 2 saat ben de yapamayacak böyle konuşayım tamamen. Ya gerçekten benim okumam yazmam öyle güzel değil Türkçe ama senin İngilizcenden çok daha kolay. This is just saying thanks. This is easier. Do they not have LTE towers to bounce off of? Surely they do.
A piece in an issue of Harvard Law Review analyzed India's settler colonial agenda in Kashmir.
Through the ISP. You can bounce off any tower you want. It doesn't matter if the ISP has blocked your access to the data stream. Like, you can't access the site. You can't have the download come in. You need the connection to the ISP to be active. History has shown that time and again that if you need to cut off the internet access, you're wrong about whatever your position is, period, end of story. I mean, yeah, like India is in the wrong here, 100%. And this way we get to hear Viz speak more Turkish. That's fair. It is very fun. Guys, go drop a like on the stream if you haven't already on YouTube, and drop a follow in the Discord.
On August 5th, 2019, the Indian government revoked the autonomous status of Jammu and Kashmir. Before this, only Kashmiris could own property in a region that India has long claimed as its own. Now, the Indian government unearthed a fear that Kashmiris had been wrestling with since independence, that India would recruit non-Kashmiri settlers to dilute the region's ethnic and religious makeup.
Like, this is now just straight up Israeli shit. Like, this is West Bank shit. This is, oh, okay, everyone here is a Kashmiri? Well, we don't want your kind to be the majority here, so we're going to take away your semi-autonomous status so that we can send non-Kashmiri settlers to go and kick you out of your home and make it their home. That's the whole point. Love it. Exactly.
That India would recruit non-Kashmiri settlers to dilute the region's ethnic and religious makeup.
You need an Israel-like...
There really is just one playbook for the entire right wing. All of their conspiracy theories, every accusation, everything, it's all the same.
Solution to Kashmir.
As non-Kashmiris flood the region as new residents, India's identity as a settler state comes to the fore, illustrating the militarization of the region. Although an official number has never been...
The settler colonial state becoming its own colonial empire and creating its own settler colonial state. That's kind of the goal, right?
Released. Activists conservatively estimate that almost 700,000 members of the Indian Army are stationed in Kashmir. This reportedly amounts to...
If a conservative estimate of 700,000. They have 5 million standing army. That's a fifth of their military is just chilling in Kashmir.
1 armed person for every 17 civilians, and roughly 7 armed personnel to every square kilometer of land in the region, securing Kashmir's title as one of the world's most densely militarized regions.
Yeah, this is like on par with the fucking Korean DMZ.
As observed by the Jammu and Kashmir Coalition of Civil Society, it is pertinent to note that in the full-fledged wars being waged in Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, and the Israeli occupation of Palestine, the military deployment is far less than the level of militarization in Jammu and Kashmir. The Indian occupation has resulted in widespread and systematic violence, including the disappearance of 8,000 persons and 70,000 deaths.
So, not counting during a war, the Indian government has killed 70,000 Kashmiris.
Including the disappearance of 8,000 persons and 70,000 deaths.
This is the whole truth. Kashmir today shakes under the stampede of Indian security forces. The air is thick with a drone of army vehicles. Every neighborhood is laid under siege every day.
I interviewed an 82-year-old Kashmiri woman who had been raped by 10 Indian soldiers. It's a very difficult thing for a Muslim woman to admit she has been violated. But for this 82-year-old great-grandmother of many children, it was outrageous. I interviewed a 10-year-old child, a little girl named Shakila, who was shot through the face, and her whole right eye was blown away, her face was blown away, and I interviewed her. She's surviving with 40 blood transfusions. I interviewed men who've had their clothes taken off in the streets of Srinagar to humiliate them, naked.
Oh my goodness, like this is some evil shit.
Then gunpowder sprayed all over their body and set on fire. I filmed those things. I interviewed those people. I've never seen such abuse anywhere else in the world.
Eyewitness obtained.
So Kashmir is kind of like India's Xinjiang. I didn't know India was like that. I mean, like, I knew they were Hitlerite, but I didn't know they were doing that. Jesus Christ. Yeah, no, this is evil shit. I've said before that Indians are some of the most racist people in the world. Right up there with the Balkans, because they're racist against other Indians in India. I'm not talking about, like, you know, pre-partition. I'm talking any particular Indian in India off the street and another Indian in India off the street. Same town even. They are racist against each other, generally. The Balkans are right up there as well. And also, like, the Middle East is also really racist against other different Arabs. Like, I know Turkish people have an issue with, like, Syrians, but that's caused by, like, direct Syrian civil war. But I know that there's also definitely an issue with, like, Saudis and Iranians and all that. Evet ya, direkt karışık Türkiye Pakistan'ıyla. Ha, Pakistan öyle mi yazılıyormuş? Gemi drone vermiştik ve nükleer silah alanışı düşünüyor. Nükleer silah var onlarda bile zaten ve onlara gemi sattık. Kadar diyebilirim ki. Erdoğan beceriksizin teki. Haklısın ama Türkler her medya Pakistan'la nükleer anlaşmaya yapmalı diye bağırıyor ve artık CNN Türk bile bunu diyor. CNN Türk de zaten Erdoğan'ın haberi ve Filistin Lübnan'la barış için ama ya da hepsi yalan kalacak çünkü İsrail diyecektim zaten bunların hepsi yalan. All that's bullshit. None of that's true because that's all Israeli propaganda, mate. Onun hepsi İsrail'den geliyor. Hepsi yalan. Yani tabii ki evet bunları satıyoruz. We do sell like shit to Pakistan. Turkey does sell shit to Pakistan. But there is no peace with Lebanon and Turkey and Israel and Palestine and Pakistan being made by Turkey right now. The Russians and the Iranians are not pulling a peace deal. They are pulling a bigger war deal. One, like the entire premise of what's happening right now is we're in World War III. Just so you guys can see, like we are already here. Map of conflicts around the world. I showed this yesterday. Like this is what the map looks like, guys. So that's the World War. And that's the whole point. Yüzden Türkiye'de Pakistan, Çin kanatında. Ben de Çin kanatında. China is the like key here to what happens with Pakistan. China is the only one that could really, put their foot down and put a stop to this. Because remember, the last time India and Pakistan were fighting, the international community needed to step up and put a stop to it. Like, we needed to help them negotiate. There is no one to do that now. America's not going to do it. Trump was asked about it, and he said, oh, they've been fighting for thousands of years. I hope they stop soon. China sells the Uyghur people for Al-Qaeda, and Al-Shara fight Russian, Iranian allies, Assadist army, CIA. Well, as far as I'm aware, they just keep them as workers in the slave camps, because that's what we do. And I haven't seen any information on, like, the Uyghurs being sold out of Xinjiang. It makes more sense for them to just use them as slave camps. The caste system is still alive and thriving in India, despite the creator of the constitution being a Dalit and one of the greatest Indians ever. Yeah, the caste system is what is going to cause this, as well as, like, all of this being built on nationalist fervor. Precisely why India took this opportunity to strike. Yeah, exactly. This makes the most sense. If I'm India and I want to do a war to take Pakistan, this is the time. If I'm any country and I want a war, right now is the time.
Exclusive amateur footage of the Sopore incident this January, when a BSF contingent allegedly rampaged through the town, burning hundreds of homes and killing over 40 people.
At any given moment, the security forces can set fire to houses, marketplaces, even entire townships, as evident in Handwara, Kaudara, Sopore, Anantnag, and Bijbihara.
It seems clear that the recent attack at Pahalgam is but a minor footnote in a blood-soaked history. The insurgency lost the momentum it had in the 1990s, but it never fully dissipated. The last serious confrontation between India and Pakistan followed an attack on Indian security forces traveling by bus. A suicide bomber killed 40 of them. India bombed targets inside Pakistan, accusing Islamabad of supporting the attackers. In retaliation, Pakistan shot down an Indian jet and captured the pilot. Cooler heads prevailed when Pakistan
That was last time.
returned the pilot to India.
This
episode highlights the fragile and unpredictable nature of escalation and de-escalation. It seems as though circumstances had to align almost perfectly to pull both sides back from the brink.
Again,
Had the plane
I hate this framing because this assumes that one of the sides wants, like, that both sides want peace, that both sides want to de-escalate. And I'm not comfortable making that assumption. It's just like, I have no evidence that India's interested in de-escalating.
not been shot down, or had the pilot been killed on impact, the outcome might have been very different. I became concerned about this most recent situation upon reading Sushant Singh in Foreign Affairs. The alarming headline, India and Pakistan are perilously close to the brink. The situation cooled in 2019, thanks in large part to good fortune. Indian fighter jets missed targets and did not kill anyone inside Pakistan. The Indian pilot survived and was returned promptly by Pakistani forces. And both governments used their control over domestic media to
look,
claim victory.
The fact that no one died there was kind of the only reason that didn't end up in a war. Again, you don't generally want to kill the pilot of a plane. You want to take them prisoner because they're valuable. Losing a pilot would definitely trigger something bigger. That almost happened exactly the way this war is happening. It's just like, at that point, there was luck and people around to try and de-escalate. And now no one is interested in de-escalating except for Pakistan.
Today, however, the conditions are not as conducive to de-escalation.
I say to the whole world, India will identify, track, and punish every terrorist and their backer.
With Modi's rhetoric leaving little room for compromise, Pakistan's military leadership under pressure to respond forcefully to any Indian strike, and China's growing involvement in the region, events in Kashmir risk triggering uncontrollable escalation.
Again,
as
like,
opposed
this
to
could easily spiral out into Chinese involvement, which would then bring other countries in. Pilots are valuable. Someone should have told Japan that over 100 years ago. Well, pilots today are much more valuable than pilots back in the day would have been as well, because flying a fucking fighter jet is hard. You do realize, like, it is insane, right? You know they're all on drugs while they're flying, too. They're like, the U.S. Air Force is given modafinil when they go on mission. You need it. You're fucking zooming like 7,000 miles an hour, and you have to look out of a window and see something to hit? I mean, like, I'm sure we have machines that do half of that stuff now, but, like, you know.
Previous hostilities, Now, Modi's
still gotta
rhetoric has
learn how
boxed
to
him in.
know how to work
Having
them.
set a precedent, he faces intense public and political pressure to respond forcefully to each new attack.
And he was
The
already
government's incessant focus on
losing popularity.
punishing Pakistan, stirred by hyper-nationalist Indian media coverage, has narrowed the space for de-escalation. Across the border, Pakistan is mired in severe political...
Like, again, this is everything set up for a big war, and nothing set up to prevent it. There's literally nothing holding this back. It's just like, it's already happening. I mean, there is no use in saying that we're close to war between India and Pakistan. The fact that, like, several planes have been shot down and artillery is being fired into, like, both sides, like, this is a war. It's not stopping. So let's take it seriously. China has learned a lot from the U.S. mistakes. If their involvement in Africa is any indication, I have some optimism that China can de-escalate, if only to promote their image to the rest of the world. Well, yeah, actually, the Ivory Fool, that would be the only party that I think actually has the influence to make this happen, to actually force this de-escalation. Because China is incredibly influential with Pakistan, and even if they have their own border dispute with India, they're both BRIC countries, they have common allies, and China is the stronger country. So there is pressure that can be put on India from China's end. But whether China actually has any interest in putting that pressure on, that's a whole other story. Because to me, it seems like everyone's just at the starting line for a full-on World War III. Let's do old school colonialism and carve up the planet again. Who shot Gandhi, who was pro-peace and unified and balanced and colliving, same as Jesus? Certain people do not want peace. They just want to rule over others that are not like them. It's toxic. You're not wrong, Maria Dula. And Modi is one of those people.
And economic crisis, with its military, the country's most powerful institution, deeply unpopular, and its most popular political leader, the former Prime Minister Imran Khan, languishing behind bars. The military could use conflict with India over Kashmir to shore up its legitimacy. In addition, Pakistan's military doctrine of quid pro quo plus retaliation means that any Indian strike, no matter how limited, will be met with a response designed to inflict equal or greater pain. That imperative risks fueling rapid, uncontrollable escalation.
Well, yeah, I was going to say, that is like a specifically built method of making this escalate. If you hit us, we're going to retaliate, but make it worse? Quid pro quo plus? Like, again, this game theory would tell you that this would end in full-on nuclear war and would be a defeat. Not a good idea. Don't do that. Maria Dula, human nature can be angelic or diabolical, like Native Americans say, depends on which wolf you feed that you grow strong. Well, it's because, like, human nature is just socializing. That's it. That's the only nature bit of our personality. Everything else is built through nurture. An eye for two eyes? My God, that's actually what they're saying. An eye for two eyes. All right, give me a second. I gotta pee. And I need to put some nicotine in my body. And then when we come back, I'm going to talk about Turkey and Europe a little bit. And then we're going to talk about Russia and their little Victory Day parade for World War II, where they did some LARPing, which is incredibly funny. The fact that they spent the money to build a replica Reichstag, I think, isn't very embarrassing. But, you know, good solution is to look for the common ground between us. Good solution is just to do what's good for humans. Be a person that is good for all humans. We all benefit when, like, again, I say this all the time. The individual benefits from the community growing in power. Like, bettering the lives of the community betters the life of the individual. And by improving the life of the individual, you also thus improve the community. It works both ways. All right, I'll be back 2 secs. 2 more secs. Hi, I'm back. Ooh, mashallah. Okay, got some stuff to read. Common ground can mean compromising on critical moral disagreements. It's a context dependent for me. Yeah, exactly. It's always context dependent. There's no finding a middle ground with Nazis. I don't want to reintegrate MAGA into society the way that they are. Like, I want them to change. I don't want to find a middle ground with them. They need to find a middle ground with me. Latinceden gelen söz civis pacem pareberim. Eğer barış istiyorsan savaşa hazırlık ol. There's an old Latin saying if you want peace, you better be ready for war, about Pakistan-India station. I do know that saying. Umarım Türkiye, Pakistan, Çin'le olur ve İsrail, Hindistan. Yeah, so in Turkey, Pakistan, China are allied. Israel is allied with India, with America, with Russia on their side, as well as Afghanistan, Saudi Arabia, Syria, all being possible backers of Pakistan. As well as, like, Iran, not to mention. Like, most of the Middle East would back Pakistan here. It benefits them more too, even if they don't like Pakistan as a country. But we're going to move over to Turkey. We haven't checked in a hot minute. So last we saw there were massive protests after Istanbul Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu was arrested and detained by Erdogan for, like, having a diploma when Erdogan has a fake one. And since then, it's gotten worse. So Turkey drops further in a report on press freedoms.
Well, the stark contrast is South Africa's improving press freedoms. Turkey is now among the worst-ranked countries. President Recep Tayyip Erdogan has clamped down on journalists, with authorities recently arresting all those who film anti-government protests.
These images have made...
By the way, hey Americans, I want that.
...headlines around the world. Turkish riot police using tear gas, rubber bullets and pepper spray on crowds, protesting in March against the arrest of Istanbul's opposition mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu, the top political rival to President Erdogan. Photojournalist Bülent Kılıç was there to capture these scenes. He's been working as a news photographer in Turkey for many years and has won numerous awards for his images. But this time, they landed him in jail.
One morning at 6 a.m., someone banged loudly on my door. I jumped out of bed and shouted, "Who is it?" Police, they said, "Open up." They put me in prison for 3 or 4 days and then released me.
I swear, the fascists are all the same. They just all have the same brain. And it goes back to their inability to be creative because they're not people like us. But, like, it really is shocking that on every level they really are the same.
I think they didn't want me to take photos. They were punishing me for my journalistic work.
Kılıç was let go, but put on trial together with hundreds of protesters. He and 7 other Turkish journalists now face up to 3 years in jail after state prosecutors accuse them of participating in unauthorized demonstrations. Mark Lowen, a correspondent for the BBC, was detained and deported after covering the anti-government protest.
All of this is because Turkey wants a theocracy. Turkey wants to be Iran. But the people of Turkey don't. The people of, like, half the country, or more rather, that live in Turkey don't like Erdogan. Most of the extra vote comes from Turkish citizens that live in Germany.
Protests in Istanbul. Turkish authorities have also blocked hundreds of social media accounts and imposed heavy fines and broadcasting bans on several TV stations over their coverage.
They also were talking about literally like arresting people for boycotting, which is also a thing that America tried to do and then took it back like just the other day.
New low in terms of free speech and press freedom. Freedom of expression is exclusively reserved for those close to the government. As soon as independent or opposition voices exercise their right to free speech, they face judicial harassment and arrest.
An overwhelming majority of Turkish media outlets are directly or indirectly controlled by President Erdogan and his ruling AKP. Media rights organizations say they have...
Like, Erdogan just wants to be the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire, all right? He just wants a little Ottoman Empire. And to be clear, I mean, like, if we're going on historical land claims, Israel is Turkish, so...
regularly describe Turkey as one of the world's worst jailers of journalists and accuse Erdogan's government of undermining press freedom.
The Persians were part of our empire, we were part of theirs. Like, Turkish, like, ethnic culture comes from, like, Mongolia, for the most part, as well as, like, other groups that were already in the region, like Turkmen groups. SCZ opposition, Turkish side, you know, threat to fight CNN Turk and Haber Global, stop loving Putin, help Zelensky. Yeah. So SCS Sözcü is one of the good media channels that are not owned directly and operated by Erdogan. And so that's one of the good ones. One of the very few. But CNN Turk, Haber Global, most of the media is all Erdogan controlled anyway. What? I didn't know that. Yeah, basically.
Freedom and media pluralism.
It's a simplification, but yeah.
Photographer Bülent.
That's why, like, Cenk Uygur has the name Uygur, because he comes from the, like, his family heritage comes from the same place as the Uyghur Muslims in Xinjiang. That's how my favorite room looks like. All walls covered with books and bookcases. That's beautiful. Don't fascists ever get bored of doing the same shit everywhere, saying the same shit? No, because they don't have thoughts. They're not people like us. To get bored, you have to have a soul.
Kılıç agrees. He recently had to appear before an Istanbul court, where he must prove that he was at the street protests as a journalist.
Even the birds know that I'm a photojournalist, but the prosecution won't believe it. That's what really...
I love the way that he said it. He's like, even the fucking flying birds know that I'm a photojournalist in this country. I am famous, motherfucker. Don't give me this bullshit. That's what he's saying. Seljuk Turkmen, Shia Turk, Azerbaijan, to Persianate, to Turkic influence, claim Romans, Ottomans is mixed on the right. Yeah, like, there's a lot. This man has a way with words. Turkish, like, language is very poetic. Everything is framed in a way, like, my dad has a thick accent, and sometimes I would need to translate like work emails for him, and he would tell me to like answer somebody in a certain way where it's like 2 sentences and the first 3 quarters of the sentence is just glazing the person, because it's not just polite, but it's the way that you do it. Like, it's the actual decorum, and it matters, but like it doesn't translate into English. But also it works the other way around, where I've heard some like really interesting curses. I've heard someone say, I'm gonna fuck the ass of the bird that lands in the branch of the tree that grows in the front of your yard, and just saying that, like, oh, like bluntly, as if that's a normal thing to say, and move on. And I think that that's amazing. Senin evinin önünde ağacın damına dalan kuşu götünden sikeyim. And then just walk away? Really? That sounded fantastic for some reason. It is fantastic. I love it. It is a function of a poetic language.
Bothers me. If you were to shake me upside down, a camera, a memory card, and batteries would fall out of my pockets. Nothing else. That's why this is a great injustice. It's absurd.
He is certain the trial is nothing but an attempt to discourage him and others from doing their jobs.
By going after one photojournalist, you intimidate 1,000. By arresting one TV reporter, you scare 1,000 more. That's the goal. These are actions meant to scare people, to intimidate.
And as he said, that is the goal. Amaç bu zaten.
After one photojournalist, you intimidate 1,000. By arresting one TV reporter, you scare 1,000 more. That's the goal. These are actions meant to scare people, to intimidate journalists, to demoralize them. But honestly, I don't think it's working.
Bülent Kılıç firmly believes that he will be acquitted at one of the next hearings.
We'll see. I mean, like, again, it's not like the courts are fair in Turkey. Erdogan has arrested tens of thousands of people, from professors to doctors to lawyers to judges to social workers to elementary school teachers to, like, literally anybody at all that has said anything remotely unfavorable of him. I've literally written, like, translated documents to apply for asylum for some of these people in other countries. Not a few years ago, more like 6-7 years ago. But given that for me, it's a process to become and stay human instead of giving into animal beast side inside. Sounds super funny, so surreal it's funny. And, like, the thing is, you need both. That animal beast inside bit is part of being human. It's the balance of both. Now, like, really, it is just socialism or barbarism, but bring that over to socialize or be a barbarian. Illegally saying or feeling anything unfavorable of the government, basically, yeah. Thank you for the history, Sabella. Illegally insert thing we don't like the population doing here. Illegally existing as occurred in Turkey, for example. We do need a Turkish Pat Cooper to speak his mind, send a message. Realistically, I don't think that's the way to go here. I think at this point, after 20 years of Erdogan being in power, there's only one way to get him out, guys, and I can't say it.
Turkey, where police have detained hundreds of people in Istanbul after confrontations between protesters and authorities at May 1st demonstrations. The streets have been closed around the city's Taksim Square, where protests have been banned since 2013. Metro lines would also...
Gezi Park was so bad that they banned any protests there because it scared the fuck out of them.
...closed and ferries suspended. And these latest demonstrations echo the disruption that followed the March arrest of President Erdogan's main political rival, Istanbul City Mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu. Straight to Istanbul, we can join our correspondent, Yulia Hahn. Welcome, Yulia. As I understand it, this police lockdown was a preventative measure and demonstrators turned up anyway. What were authorities afraid of?
Well, the Turkish government obviously wants to prevent mass demonstrations similar to the ones we've seen recently in March, right after the detention and jailing of Istanbul's opposition mayor Ekrem İmamoğlu, who is still widely seen as the biggest challenger to President Erdogan's power. So the authorities opted for what I would say is an unprecedented lockdown of large parts of the city.
So what she's actually saying is the regime realized that they have a challenger on the other end, and so to deal with that, they arrested him and did fascism. That's really just what she's saying.
Extending far beyond the city center, only on the European side here in Istanbul. They've essentially paralyzed public life. They've shut down public transportation and limited people's ability to move from one location to another.
Also, speaking of mass arrests, this one's American.
And some breaking news to tell you about.
This was yesterday. I showed you the Columbia University protest in the library where they had occupied a room. All of them got arrested, 78 of them.
Right now, within the last few minutes, Columbia University directing NYPD onto their campus to remove protesters who refuse to leave the school's library. Now, you can see police officers, some of them even in riot gear, removing some of those students in zip ties, and right outside, clashes between police and protesters turned violent with those heavy metal barriers being pushed into the air. And this is what the scene looked like inside of Butler.
I'm sorry, but that just looks like a movement of love to me. Like, this reminds me of January 6th. These protesters are standing patriotically for their country. I see nothing wrong here.
Violent with those heavy metal barriers being pushed into the air. And this is what the scene looked like inside a Butler library a little bit earlier. Students protesting in a standoff with school public safety officers. The school saying 2 of those officers were hurt. Outside, a large group of students gathered earlier, attempting to force their way into the library. Remember, the school was the site of those encampments last year protesting Israel's war in Gaza. Now a major target of President Trump over allegations of anti-Semitism. Let's get right over to NBC's Emily Akeda over at Columbia University right now. Emily,
I don't actually need to continue on with it, but like, you know what I mean. Fascism is fascism everywhere, and it's the same thing. Saka Turkik, the first proto-Turkish leader, Tomiris, you definitely look like Visora because you wanted to get rid of the religious people and took the head of the arrogant Cyrus. This is what the Turkish feminism is. 529 BC, but the Islamists want to prevent this, and they know that nothing of the only Turkish history other than the Ottomans, whereas we forget the policy of Mete Khan and the Gökturks and I don't give a shit about the Gökturks and the Scythians. I want Kemalism. I want Kemalism, where religion is literally illegal in the state. I want to see crackdowns on religious institutions by the state at this point, and nothing other than that would be enough for me. Fuck them. I'm sorry, but I don't believe in your religious freedom going above that of the functioning and well-being of a society. And if we're talking about Turkey, I want Kemalism. That's what I want. How long will it fucking take for people to get out of denial? We don't have enough people. No one. I'm sorry to tell you this, but they're never going to. Some people will never get out of denial because it's too uncomfortable. They don't want to. And on top of that, some of these people that are in denial will only come out of denial when it's too late. When I was growing up, we had a lot of, like, we always question, like, how did the Germans, like, let the Nazis take over? How did they allow it to happen? Exactly like this. By having a lot of confusion, by having a mass media crisis of, like, polarization, of nobody believing in reality, and all of us just sitting here watching it happen and talking about how bad it is, because nobody wants to be the first one to get up and get arrested and sent to the gulag. No one wants to be the first one. Kemalism is support, same with Turkic mythology and socialism. Yep, but cool. Are you talking about Kemal Atatürk? Yes, we are, Maria.
Clear attempt to prevent people from gathering in certain locations. More than 50,000 police officers were deployed across the city today. That's a massive show of force, and still, although you mentioned that the Taksim Square area in central Istanbul is a very sensitive area and protests there have been banned for many years. Some people tried to march towards Taksim Square. They were stopped and blocked by police. We've seen people being dragged into police buses.
Someone just needs to hack the cameras around Taksim Square so that, like, in the middle of the night, every night, they can just go and set up, like, a little art display that makes the government look bad and then leave. And then just do it every day and pester the government. This, like, one of the things that you have the power to do without endangering yourself is to be a pest, is to ask as many questions as you can, as to take as long as you possibly can to do your job, to make mistakes on purpose. Like, you can do things by just doing it slowly, by messing up, by making things overly complicated. You can make things more difficult for the fascists. Only about 25 to 35% of the population actually has to be fascist for the fascists to take over, and 33-ish% of the country is. At gunpoint and coercion by fellow neighbor trader bowing for Germany point. That came later. There was quite a lot of people that, you know, fell before it came to that point. Proud Atatürk support Lenin alliance. Same with the after support feminism in Turkey and support Turkic policy to Central Asia. So more Islamists say only Ottomans. That's what I mean. Fuck the Islamists. Get them out of here. Lenin was based before he took power. I liked Lenin's writings. Trotsky is a demon and it fucked everything up, but like a mix of Atatürk and Lenin, now that would be based. That's the ideology that I want. I want Lenin pre-taking power and Atatürk put together. That sounds amazing.
scuffles, and so far, according to the numbers we have received, some 400 people have been detained. So a very tense May Day here in Istanbul.
Yeah, it's been pretty bad. Lenitürk, I like it. It's gotten so bad that the opposition leader was like assaulted in the street. Just whacked him good too. What do you mean specifically, Ivory Fool? Are you asking about like Lenin or Atatürk or holy shit, what a slap? Yeah, that was a good one. Like he got him. I want to see it one more time. It's just really good. This guy is the opposition leader, you know, like it's important. Ivory Fool. So this was the other guy, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk. And if you want to read about some of Lenin's writings, here is a master doc to quite a lot of them. But Lenin, before taking power, his writing and his ideology was much more similar to that of like libertarian socialism, like I have, than what they actually did in the Soviet Union. We're going to talk more about like political theory next week, actually, because I did want to go into that. And Ilirda actually sent me something good on that I wanted to read. Were you able to sense Stalin? What do you mean? Was I able to sense Stalin? Like what? Like spider senses? CIA say that Vladimir Lenin killed innocent Polish people. CIA say the same with Atatürk against the Greeks. Asia Minor during the coward Sultan left in Turkey. For World War I, Atatürk pushed the French and British Italian coalitions, but never supported Armenian genocide. Fuck about 3 pashas. Yeah, you're right. Atatürk did not support it, but like people under him did, and he gets blamed for it. But Lenin did kill innocent Polish people. Lenin also killed the anarchists that were on his side, which were not an issue for him, specifically because Trotsky hated him. Oh, we're on the starting screen. Thank you for the tip there. Just read State and Revolutions, the highest stage of capitalism, imperialism, whatever the title was. Yeah, sure, I'll pull it up. The State and Revolution. Here we go. Now, this was first published in 1918, written between August and September of 1917. It's early writings. Atatürk did kill a bunch of Greeks, but like, other than that, it was like some of the stuff that he did I wasn't a fan of. We covered in detail, actually, the formation of Turkey and the end of the Ottoman Empire when we talked about Gallipoli and when we talked about Anzac Day. And we looked into it, and it was interesting. But Atatürk was incredibly based, especially for the time. Were you able to sense Stalin's fickleness? Oh yeah, that came from a mile away. Stalin is a fascist, by the way. Lenin wasn't, but Stalin was.
32. Vote is closed.
The message is clear. Turkey's EU accession process, stalled since 2018, cannot be relaunched under the current circumstances. This is the conclusion of a report on Turkey approved by the European Parliament on Wednesday. Arrest of the mayor of Istanbul, repression of anti-government protests, human rights violations.
Yeah, like I said,
the MEPs denounced the ongoing backslide
like
in democracy.
The accession process is frozen. There are no progress in any way. On the contrary, Turkey probably is the only country backsliding in democratic standards, and for that reason, what we maintain is the idea that the accession process is suspended and well suspended, because we didn't receive any good news on democratic standard from the year 13 till now, and
you're not
the
wrong,
last detention and harassment of the Mayor Imamoglu is probably the peak of this repressive trend.
Security, trade and migration. Turkey remains a strategic partner of the EU and ally within NATO. In a debate at the European Parliament, the Commissioner for Enlargement stressed the need to deepen cooperation with Ankara.
The 2016 EU-Turkey statement on migration continues to yield results.
Irregular arrivals from Turkey to the EU have fallen by 33% so far in this
Remember,
year.
the EU pays Turkey to keep Syrian refugees in Turkey to prevent them from coming into the EU. And Erdogan often uses these refugees as a threat, saying like, hey, Europe, if you don't do what I want, I'm going to send all of these refugees right to your door. And that's been a back and forth. But, I mean, that's reducing now because the civil war's over. A lot of those Syrian refugees might actually want to go home.
Compared with the same period last year.
For his part, the reporter calls for Turkey's accession to the EU.
Oh, come on, Captain Buggy, you know that there's a better answer than that.
We have to distinguish between the country and the current rulers. It's true that...
Because they said all of a sudden he fucked the process over. Yeah, literally. Like, 2 months ago, it was almost guaranteed that Turkey would end up in the EU because Europe needs Turkey's help against Russia. If America's not going to help in a war against Russia, Europe needs Turkey. Turkey is openly pro-Ukraine. In fact, so pro-Ukraine that they even want all of Crimea to be Ukraine again. Now, this was basically guaranteed. And then Erdogan went and arrested his main opposition, and then we had protests and riots in the street, which made it so like, oh, okay, that's just not happening. And it's a big problem. Because if Turkey doesn't get to go into the EU, that leaves... Whoa. Chat disconnected? Okay, are we back? Are we all good? The other end of the issue being, if Turkey is not in the European Union, there is a higher chance that the opposite side... Chat disconnected again? What's going on with YouTube right now? There's a higher chance for countries that are not on our side to pull Turkey to their side. And that's an issue. We need to keep them on our side. But they're not making it easy. They're not. Thankfully, Russia's getting their ass kicked, so Europe has a bit more time.
Under the AKP ruling, it's impossible to advance because there are no the political will to advance in democracy and values. But there is a vibrant civil society asking us, imploring us not to shut the door. They want to maintain the hope that maybe in the future, with another rulers, with another country, with another environment, it could be an opportunity again for Turkey to re-engage with the European Union on the basis of membership.
All they had to do was just not go fascist.
There are no shortcuts to EU membership.
But unfortunately, they did that 20 years ago, long like Homo sapien. No, I meant when the revolutionaries commented on Stalin. Oh, I didn't see what you meant. I just say that Stalin is a fascist. That's the last thing I said on the subject, and I didn't see anything else on Stalin since then. All right, now let me set up the next segment because we're gonna talk about Russia, which is never fun, but generally necessary. Well, actually, we're gonna talk about Ukraine first, and then we're gonna talk about Russia. But still. We'll start with that. Cool. Cool. We are all set. Turkey respected Finland. Turkey respected Russian Iranian ally, and the Visadas Turkey respected Ukrainian more militarized drone campaign. Turkey respected greatest Russian allied Serbs in defeat in Balkans, Bosnia, Croatia example for the European Union. Say Erdogan left Turkey only to join the EU. Well, I'm not sure what you meant. Türkçe bana anlatabilir misin ne demeye çalıştın orada? Like, Finland joined NATO, yeah, but Turkey's already in NATO. Turkey zaten is the second largest military in NATO. Regardless, so Putin called for a ceasefire on his end, just, you know, without talking to anyone else, and said, you know, we're going to do a ceasefire for Victory Day. And Ukraine didn't agree to it, and clearly neither did the Russians.
Both Ukrainian and Russian authorities report attacks on their territories despite a unilateral ceasefire declared by Russian President Vladimir Putin. Ukraine's Air Force says Russia launched multiple airstrikes using glide bombs in the Sumy region. And the governor of Russia's Lipetsk region reports drone alerts and attacks by Ukraine. Now, the ceasefire was supposed to go into effect on Wednesday at midnight. Ukraine had rejected the truce as, quote, theatrical play by Vladimir Putin. And
all of this, like this truce existed because Putin didn't want Ukraine sending drones to his big parade.
Instead offered to stop fighting for 30 days.
No, you can't. That's not
We
how
can
it
speak
works.
to DW's correspondent Nick Connolly directly from Kiev for the latest on this. Nick, first of all, tell me what's been going on there overnight.
Well, here in Kiev, it has been quite clear. That is quite in contrast to the night before, where you had three basically waves of attacks, including ballistic missiles and drones and casualties. You know, Ukraine's capital, for all the fact that it has the best air defense in the country, has seen pretty regular fatalities over the last few weeks.
It's important that Putin just declared a truce. There was no negotiations or anything. Yeah, he just said, you know what? Ceasefire for 3 days. And then walked away. That's all that happened, and they're calling this a ceasefire.
Tick in Russian pressure there. So that is...
Why do I have a 3-minute delay on YouTube? I have this set to ultra low latency. What in the hell? I'm sorry, no one. You should jump over to YouTube chat. I'm just like imagining breaking into someone's house and starting a fight and then being like, hold up. Time out. It's my birthday.
Different, but along the front lines, what we're hearing from Ukrainian soldiers is that, for the most part, fighting continues unchanged. We had one brigade telling us they saw fewer in the way of Russian infantry, but that drones and artillery were still being used. In some places, yes, it does seem like it's quiet, but there's a real sense of déjà vu here, that this is just the same as on Easter Sunday, when we had Vladimir Putin also announcing a 24-hour so-called ceasefire, which then, within a couple of hours, basically disintegrated.
Yeah, tell us more about that. From the Ukrainian officials you've been speaking with's perspective, why would you say we're seeing this one-sided truce offered by Putin now?
Well, there's definitely a sense that this is not about Putin wanting to end this war. People in Ukraine are still convinced that he thinks he
You're
can...
not exactly right on that, Savela. Turkey definitely did try and pressure Europe over Finland and Sweden joining NATO, trying to get something out of it as well. Like, Turkey definitely did respect it, but Turkey was trying to gain here. It's not that simple. Like, if I was Europe, I wouldn't want Turkey either. Slaps you. Stop. I declare a truce. Slaps you again. Literally, yeah. Actually, Captain Buggy. Hala maalesef ki bize bekletmek istiyorlar. It's not that they want us to wait. They're not. Europe isn't trying to make Turkey wait. Turkey is just not good enough for Europe. I'm sorry. It's not.
Get more territory, carry on fighting, and basically continue his war that he thinks is on a roll. I think from Ukraine's perspective, this is all about basically Putin needing a ceasefire for Red Square, where on the 9th of May, where tomorrow he's going to have some world leaders there. He wants to show that he is not isolated, that he is someone, a political and diplomatic force to be reckoned with, and he just doesn't need Ukrainian drone attacks on Moscow that have been getting more and more regular.
Quite a lot of people didn't show up, just like at all, because they were too afraid. And wouldn't you be? Don't worry, I can translate the Turkish. Evet, bu yüzden İslamcı Erdoğan gitse bile Avrupa Birliği'ne değil, Türk ülkelerini Türk ülkeleriyle birleşik yeter. ASEAN, Güney Asya devletleri gibi birleşme gibi. No, I don't know what you mean. Why would Turkey need to... So, if we got rid of Erdogan, for Turkey to join Europe, we would need to get rid of the Islamists. But then you go into something about forming countries like Europe, like Asia? Now I'm confused at that point. Why? Just ban religion in government, and that's all you have to do. And then to stop being fascist. And then Europe will be like, okay, that's fine. You stop doing the fascism and you stop doing the religious extremism, so you're fine. Like, I feel like that's really all it is. By the way, just to remind you guys that the Russians are not serious either, here's 2 Russians fighting each other in Ukraine. Whoops. Fucking music's gonna get me copyright. God damn, I can't click on anything without it closing the whole window. Here, yeah, just 2 Russians fighting each other in Ukraine. For God knows what reason. That one just ran the fuck away. Got your ass kicked, mate. That's what happens when they get their shit together to be proper political relationship. I mean, ideally. So, then we get into Ukraine is considering shifting from the dollar to the euro amid geopolitical realignments. This would be huge, by the way. Ukraine adopting the euro, this would be a step towards actually developing the euro dollar. Like actually from Cyberpunk creating the euro. This would be a step towards that. They should do it. It would be based. Its currency is more closely linked to the euro amid the splintering of global trade and its growing ties to Europe. Central Bank Governor Andriy Pishini told Reuters potential ascension to the European Union, a strengthening of the EU's role in ensuring our defense capabilities, greater volatility in global markets, and the probability of global trade fragmentation are forcing central banks to review whether the euro should be the reference currency for Ukraine instead of the dollar. Be amazing. I have no idea how that works. Like this would be a massive undertaking to do. Replacing an entire currency is not easy. Even if it's like your currency and you're just updating it. It's not easy. But it would be based. Eddies, yeah, bring me the Eddies. Welcome back, no one. I just had to refresh. Sometimes a refresh is necessary. What's up, Alucard? Just a general question. How fucked is the US economy if the dollar becomes not the world currency? Fucked for you or fucked for the rich or fucked in general? Because it's already fucked for you to the point where it probably can't get that much worse. It's fucked for everyone in general. The rich, they're fine. The average American population. Bad. It would be bad. Be very, very bad. Although the average American population is already poor, so like there's only so much poorer you can get once you're already poor. So we'll see. Oh, and the UK is preparing for an attack by Russia. Starmer is creating contingency plans that would put the UK on war footing after the Kremlin's threats, which, great, finally, like genuinely, it's been ages of Russia just fucking around, coming into UK waters. Just having that plan being set up is great. I'm happy to see it. Europe would currently lose. Like, maybe if it's the current Russian army of what's left right now, that would be something Europe could be. But Europe doesn't exactly have strong warfighting capability right now. It's all about the manufacturing. I'm thinking all of those bonds we have out there kind of become trash. They do. They become absolute trash. And they want it to become trash, long like Homo sapien. Pro-inflation, humanity is best. Inflation is made up anyway. Yeah, like stocks are made up. It's all made up. That's why Europe needs to get their fucking shit together. Well, Europe has been doing decently well, like getting their shit together. The issue being the way they go about rearming. And that being they're cutting social programs instead of taxing the rich. This is like very long and like an actual proper plan, and I would read it, but I don't feel like it, so we're gonna jump over to the next one. But if you feel like giving it a read, here you go. I'll talk about bits and pieces of it when it becomes relevant anyway. So secondly, one of the guests at today's Victory Day fucking parade was Xi Jinping.
Well, Chinese President Xi Jinping is in Moscow for the 80th anniversary commemorations of the end of World War II. President Xi is expected to sign numerous agreements during his 4-day trip to Russia. East Asia correspondent Kathleen Calderwood is in Taipei, and
by
she
the
says
way,
President
my view of this is that China is playing Russia. China is playing every side. China's new America, and they're trying to get as much as they can out of the people around them. And Putin is dependent on China. He's Xi's bitch. So this is a good time to go and sign a couple agreements that benefit China in a weighted fashion. Also, I do kind of worry, like, Europe being super armed is good for now, maybe in the next 20 years, but all it takes is one country to go psycho, and we all have another India-Pakistan situation, I imagine. Yeah, that's kind of the problem. I wanted to avoid this for that specific reason, long like Homo sapien. It's almost like war doesn't generally produce good outcomes, and this is why I was always very much against violent revolution, because it's the same. Sevilla, yes, support Visora, not about Maoist Hassan or Islamist Erdogan regime. Fuck yeah, I'm better than the Maoist Hassan. I'm the better Turkish streamer because I'm not a Maoist. It's very funny. Next, you're going to tell us all you're forming a caliphate? I am. It's the caliphate of love. I'm forming it right now.
Xi's trip will be an opportunity to strengthen ties with its close ally amid frosty...
Oh, no, Cyprus is Greek. We need to give that back. We took that. Cyprus belongs to the Greeks.
...relations with the US.
Well, look, these two countries, these two leaders will, of course, be seeking to show the strength of the friendship between their two enormous countries, which are, of course, neighbours and share a huge border, and of course, and they'll really be pushing to kind of present themselves and this partnership.
I mean, remember that right now that in China there are advertisements to go and volunteer to go fight for the Russian army. So
one that can protect the international order, a peaceful one, of course, on the backdrop of an erratic White House. Now, Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin have continually emphasized the strength of their relationship for years now. There have been many opportunities for China in particular to step back from its relationship with Russia, particularly since the invasion of Ukraine.
Inshallah, every person will have an oomphy beanbag chair. I support that. 100%. The cozy fate. Support republics and Greece is no Balkan, not even Eastern Mediterranean region of Cyprus divided back not only Greeks and Anatolia more closely to Cyprus. Yeah, no, give it to Greece. Give it to Greece. I don't care. We don't need it. We don't need it. The only reason Turkey wants Cyprus is because we want to drill for oil near Cyprus. The only reason that Turkey and Greece have a border dispute is because of their exclusive economic zone based on your border of islands, and there's a lot of islands between Turkey and Greece, so who gives a shit? Is Cyprus basically split up the middle? Kinda, yeah. Here. We can do a whole segment on Cyprus. I mean, like, there's a lot to it. It's a rather interesting story. It's just, like, Turkey is objectively the bad guy here. So this is the line that cuts Cyprus off. This is the Greek side, and this is the Turkish side. The only Turkey-Greece beef that I like to partake in is that baklava is ours and doner is ours, and they stole the name, so.
Has not done so. So really it will be looking to present this partnership, both Russia and China, as sort of safe partners to work with, of course, at a time where we're seeing the White House be very erratic, but also...
I'm positive that China can see that they don't need Russia, that they are perfectly capable of having everything they want. This is to fuck over Russia. This is a goodbye fuck, really, I would imagine. But also, like, again, they sell a lot of shit to Russia. So, like, they don't have to pull back and say goodbye. It's whatever ends up being beneficial. And right now, there's a lot of stuff happening. I was expecting China to invade Taiwan either this month or next month. They still might, but now that Pakistan and India are going at it, they might not, because that might be a two-front war that they don't want to open up. It could actually make Pakistan and India get worse. We have a lot going on, like a lot of wars happening. It's almost like it's World War III that we're living through. And this matters. Don't forget that cold countries and motor industries would die without gas. Not necessarily. Like, we don't need gas. In fact, the EU has set 2027 as the limit of when they will no longer be buying any Russian oil or gas, trying to transition to renewable energy. Not to say that, like, it's easy in Europe. It's much easier somewhere like Australia, but, like, you can do it.
So punishing some of its own allies.
And as I understand it, Kathleen, there will be separate discussions to be held between Mr. Xi and Mr. Putin today. What's likely to be discussed?
Well, look, they've already had their first...
It's döner and it's börek, and if you disagree with me, I will ban... No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to ban you.
One-on-one meeting. It was a relatively elaborate ceremony that took place in the Kremlin St. George Hall. We saw the two men cross this very cavernous hall towards each other, both walking along a long red carpet that had gold trim on it, meeting in the middle, greeting each other very warmly, as they tend to do. They have many times said that they are close friends, and then stand there beside flags of their two countries. Now, in terms of the readouts or the reporting on this in Russian state media...
So, Savela is saying that China is, like, there's a chance that China could just annex Siberia by 2029 or 2030. And I do agree that that is a possibility. I don't know if they would or not, but, like, there's a lot going on here.
Vladimir Putin thanked Xi Jinping for coming to Russia to mark the 80th anniversary of the victory over Nazi Germany.
Oh, did we
Europe.
get it? Did we get it? Oh my goodness, I would love... Oh no, never mind. Sorry, I was hoping that we were going to see a drone strike during the parade. Zelensky already warned everyone. This is true.
Whoa,
why is the quality so bad? Let's fix that really quickly.
Там є що говорити з американцями, і будемо вірити, що вони змінять свою позицію, особливо після сьогоднішньої новини. Ми взяли в полон китайських військових на території України. В бой вступили українці на Донеччині, Тарасівка і Білогорівка. 6 китайськими військовими, 2 в полоні. Відповідно, є документи.
Not only are there Chinese soldiers volunteer fighting in Ukraine at the moment, which, like, that in and of itself, that's fine, because there's Americans fighting for Ukraine. Like, you can have foreign volunteers. The bit of this that I don't understand as to why we're not responding severely to is North Korea officially deploying troops to Ukraine. That is now, again, an Asian dictatorship fighting in a European war. Like, in the context of on the aggressor side. That realistically should just give us the green light. Fuck them up.
Є їх паспорти, є навіть кредитні картки. Це громадяни Китаю. Я думаю, що це важливий дуже елемент. Я думаю, Сполученим Штатам Америки треба більше приділити увагу тому, що відбувається сьогодні. І там є що говорити з
care what's happening today. Guys, can you stay on topic? You're distracting me. Focus. Focus. Focus, focus.
He announced that he would like to attempt to visit China again on a state visit. He's had several state visits over the last few years, keeping in mind that China is the most important place he really can visit overseas right now because there is an international criminal court warrant out for Vladimir Putin, and he's not exactly welcome in a lot of different parts of the world at the moment too. So he expressed that he'd like to visit China again. He said that their relations are
Okay, so basically he sucked Xi off. That makes sense. Putin was really scared today, though. Like, really scared.
Has more from Moscow.
I like knowing that they were scared.
Massive Ukrainian drone strikes on Moscow and multiple Russian regions over the past few days. Many airports had to temporarily introduce flight restrictions. More than 100 flights were delayed, transferred to other cities or cancelled.
European troops in. If they're getting countries that are not involved in the war, then at this point, then it's already like we've already crossed the line. Poland can just send 100,000 soldiers in themselves. Why the fuck not? Speaking of, actually, we do have news on Europe. Oh, you mean like European troops, or even like fuck that. Maybe if like Russia would get mad because of the European troops, send South American troops. There's like, what is it? Colombia has a lot of people that want to go fight in Ukraine. Hell, Japan wants to go fight in Ukraine. Japan wants to join NATO to fight in Ukraine. So why not? South Korea could push for much greater support since North Korea is a direct threat to them. Theoretically, yeah, but like South Korea is much less interested in going to Ukraine. Yeah, unleash Japan. Just do it. Unleash Japan. I think that's the best plan here. Japan is super pro-Ukraine. Like, even the far right is super pro-Ukraine. It's very funny.
These pictures of dozens of planes lining up on the runway went viral. Thousands of people were stuck inside the planes or airport buildings. Two military air bases in the Moscow and Kaluga regions, where military aircraft participating in the victory parade had been based, also came under attack. The Russians say the strikes were repelled and the planes later participated in the parade.
And they definitely were, they had the sickest drip last time, so bring them back. Give me the Japanese on my side.
Rehearsal. Moscow considers the recent attacks an attempt by Ukraine to make world leaders afraid to come to Moscow to take part in the Victory Day celebrations.
The Kyiv regime holds a position aimed at continuing the war. It continues attempts to strike peaceful civilian infrastructure. Russian military and special services
are doing
the good
guy version of Imperial Japan.
Everything possible to ensure that Victory Day celebrations take place in a calm atmosphere.
Yeah, I mean,
Heads of state have begun arriving in
give them some drums. Zomi's thinking, right? These guys have lots of kamikaze practice.
Moscow. At least 29 world leaders are expected. The main concern for the Russian authorities now is providing security. Vladimir Putin announced a unilateral 3-day victory ceasefire,
which he then immediately broke.
From May the 8th. Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky rejected it, offering to stop the hostilities for a month and not just for the victory celebrations period. He warned world leaders against visiting Moscow for security reasons. Moscow responded to Zelensky's statements with furious threats. Ex-president and now deputy chairman of the security...
Don't forget Vietnam, Savella. Japan, South Korea, and Vietnam are currently like working together. Add Taiwan in there if you want.
Council Dmitry Medvedev wrote on Telegram.
Zelensky understands that in the case of real provocation on Victory Day, no one can guarantee that Kyiv will survive until May the 10th.
Meanwhile, unprecedented security measures have been introduced in the Russian capital. Mobile internet has been limited for
It is amazing to me that 3 years into a war that was supposed to last 3 days, that Ukraine can make Moscow, like the capital of Russia, quiver like this.
Period when preparations for the parade are ongoing, causing...
Don't add Australia into that because I don't know where we sit at the moment because we're also an American colony. Regime put gray wolf terrorists to run Department of Education, brainwash kids with fake maps, etc. I don't know what the fuck you guys are talking about. Focus. Oh, actually, wrong button, but focus on this topic. I don't care about gray wolves, brainwashing kids and fake maps and shit. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. Send Japanese gamers jacked up on 24-hour binge with 12 cans of Monster? Yeah, give them some drones. Give them like 10 drones, line them up, have a controller next to them. You get 12 cans of Monster, and have fun. Aim for the Russians. That's it.
Causing a lot of inconvenience to Muscovites.
Residents report problems with internet access when trying to order groceries or shop online. Delivery services are working with disruptions and taxi prices have risen sharply. Some banking apps don't work. It's difficult to rent a scooter or book a cab. Visitors have been warned that some
Guys, Ukraine has brought Russia to its fucking knees. Their airports are collapsing because all you have to do is fly a drone past it, not even hit anything, for flights to get delayed and canceled. Banks aren't working. Delivery apps aren't working. Public transport is like, they are not doing great over here. Guys, if you don't stop talking about some other shit that isn't this, I'm going to have to mute you for like 10 minutes because you're distracting me. Ukraine. Internal propaganda machine must be working Omega time in Moscow to explain this shit. I don't think you can. I don't think you can explain your way out of a situation where it's clear to every single person in the country that your country's falling apart.
Cash machines aren't working either, and tolls to carry cash. Dmitry Peskov called for understanding considering the current restrictions. He noted that Vladimir Putin's proposal for the...
Russia's shutting off the internet in its western oblast during the parade as well. They are terrified. Again, this was the airports yesterday. People trying to leave Moscow. Planes just get delayed 8 to 10 hours because Ukraine flew a drone over it. This is the way that you beat Russia, by the way. You don't actually have to do anything. You just make it so they can't live their life and then their country falls apart. It's really close to falling apart as it is. Most of their energy infrastructure is already blown up as well. Their oil and gas production, gone. Europe is working on reducing it even more to 0% by 2027. Russia has literally nothing going for it right now, other than maybe some agricultural trade deals with America and whatever the hell China gives it.
May truce is still relevant, despite Kiev's reluctance to follow suit. Yulia Shapovalova, Al Jazeera,
Moscow. Exactly, Brain Matter. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. And here's this show of strength by Putin, and the fact this is actually a really good title because France 24 says Victory Day, a show of strength and alliances by Putin. I would say Victory Day, an attempted show of strength and alliances because he has no strength and he has no alliances.
Isn't isolated on the world stage with leaders from Brazil, Indonesia, and Egypt also present. For more on all of this, we can bring in our foreign affairs commentator, Douglas Herbert. Doug, great to see you. We have a very different type of commemoration which will be taking place in Moscow tomorrow.
Extremely different. The Victory Day parade, as you rightly said, this is the most patriotic day on the Russian calendar. It has traditionally, for the past 80 years, really been used as a celebration, a commemoration of the Soviet Union's then defeat of Nazi forces at the end of World War II. And you'd have thousands, if not millions, turning onto the streets across Russia to celebrate. What you have essentially this year, and you've had it in recent years, really since the Ukraine war, Russia's invasion, you've had Vladimir Putin co-opting this holiday, reinventing it for his own purposes, reinventing it.
It's just LARPing. It's just LARPing. They're pretending. They're talking about, oh, we won World War II 1,000 years ago. Ama ejderha kapana gelip istiyorsa tavana giremez. Ne ejderha? These people are pussies. They're losers. All of them are losers. If Russia just falls apart, I wonder if they just shock doctrine by China? Yeah, probably. I mean, Saveta was saying earlier that there's like a pretty high chance that China might annex Siberia in the next couple years by 2030.
In order to both boost unity, boost loyalty to himself, and showcase Russian unity as well. There are two components here. There's a foreign message that Russia's sending. There's a domestic message. I'll start with the foreign part. He's invited the leaders of several dozen countries. Most of them autocracies or very repressive regimes. We're going from Myanmar to Venezuela.
I mean, that's their whole thing, right? China's whole thing is we're going to come and we're going to build shit for you. And then you become dependent on them because they built shit for you. That's what Belts and Roads was. It buys them political influence. Just like how USAID did that for us. Hey, we're going to come and cure all of your HIV. But after that, I feel like maybe we should hang out a bit more. We should be friendly. Yeah, no, of course. Cure my HIV. You can come here all the time now. That's the whole point. By the way, all of your oligarchs are ours now. Essentially, yeah. Or rather, I feel like if that happened, they would just not be oligarchs anymore. I think they might just have their money taken from them.
Venezuela to the Republic of Congo to Cuba. An outlier is Brazil. Lula is gonna be there as well. And even among Europe, you have one EU member, the Prime Minister of Slovakia, Robert Fico, is going to be there. The Serbian president, Serbia wants to be a member of the EU. That president's attending as well, has been given warning by the EU. It has a chance of
Serbia literally wants to start a genocide again, so
jeopardizing its EU membership chances if it shows up. But generally, Putin trying to thumb his nose at the West, in general, Europe and the West, saying, nah, nah, nah, nah, nah. You thought you could isolate us? You thought you could make us a pariah on the world stage? Not only—
Except anyone who knows how to analyze what they're looking at in the media can see that this makes Russia look incredibly fucking weak. They pulled out due to health scares, I believe. Yeah.
Haven't you done
sorry, I got a cold. I can't make it. My doc says I shouldn't be on a plane.
that? Look at all the world leaders that are coming to celebrate the victory. And look, historically, it was an incredible, more than a contribution. Tens of millions, 25 to 30 million Soviet soldiers died in the fight against Hitler's Nazi Germany. So a massive contribution, but Putin has warped it, has really warped it in his own image for his own political
They
domestic.
built a model Reichstag to burn, guys. And Captain Buggy, you're not wrong, but the reason for that is that the people in charge were not interested in investment for long-term gain. They wanted short-term gain and long-term loss. I've not followed on Serbia much at all. I remember as the PM stepped down, not sure much has changed. It is a lot of Russian propaganda in there, just Hitler writing people. It is turning the people Hitler. As they say. Here, look at this. Where's the fucking... It was right. Yeah, there it is. Constructed a full-scale replica of the Reichstag in Moscow. For shits and gigs, I guess. Wait, this music's gonna be copyright. It's like they're doing LARPing. They're doing a reenactment of the war, sure. Why? I don't know. Prigozhin, Shoigu dediği gibi. Doğrusun. I would like, instead of Victory Day, can we just bring every year Prigozhin back from the dead so he could yell at Shoigu? Because that would be a victory for me. Just once a year, I want everyone in the world simultaneously to hear, Shoigu, where is the ammo?
And foreign purposes. On the domestic front, the message is for propaganda purposes. He's basically saying, remember that war we fought against the Nazis and Europe in World War II, that war that we so valiantly won, we Soviets. We are fighting the same.
There's no sound. Excuse me. Oh.
If Yevgeny Prigozhin
Fuck you. Give me the actual video.
Вот это вот парни ЧВК «Вагнер», которые погибли сегодня. Еще кровь свежая. Сними всех.
Wait, hold on. Let me just make sure that this isn't going to be TOS. Cool. Is it all blurred? Yes, here we go. I love this.
А теперь слушайте меня, блядь. Это чьи-то, блядь, отцы. И чьи-то сыновья, и те, которые не дают нам боеприпасы, будут в аду жрать их потроха, У нас нехватка боеприпасов 70%. Шойгу, Герасимов, где боеприпасы? Посмотрите на них, Если вы даете...
Unironically, he cared more about the Wagnerites than, like, most of the Russian government cares about Russian troops. Yeah, literally. Like, he was mad. It was... Yeah, I miss him too, Ilirda. It was incredibly funny. I hate him, but I miss him. It's true. It's true.
Где У нас нехватка боеприпасов 70%! Шойгу! Герасимов! Где боеприпасы? Посмотрите на них,
The bleeps make it so much better because I don't speak Russian. I do know what suka is, but like, this is what it sounds like when you go aggro Scav and Tarkov. I wouldn't know, I've never played. Best communism is in South America. I mean, there's no communism anywhere in the world, but like the closest thing to socialism is in South America.
War against Nazis today in Europe and the West. Now, you see behind me, that is Stalin, Churchill, and Roosevelt at the Yalta Conference in February 1945. And what you essentially see
By
here
the
is
way,
the message.
this photo is something that Putin has like an obsession with. He wants to recreate this photo with a new deal.
They met there after World War II, basically to carve up the New World Order, to decide how Europe would work emerging from this war after the surrender, the defeat of Germany. This was a few months actually before the formal, the Victory Day. But the Yalta Conference shaped a New World Order, and essentially Putin sees himself today using this as one of the tools in his arsenal, as he sees it, shaping his own new world order. Whereas the West sees Russia as isolated, as a pariah that's waging a pointless, horrific, atrocious war against a sovereign nation and hurting his own.
It's a swear filler word, like fuck or bitch. Yeah, I figured it could go either or. How much of a loser do you have to be still be holding on to a W that wasn't even you from like 80 years ago? A big loser. This is why I say, like, pride should be reserved for something that you do. You shouldn't be proud of your country for just existing. What did you do? You can enjoy it, you can advocate for it, you can say that it's good, you can support it, but pride should be something that you did. What the fuck are you proud of if you didn't do anything? Oh, fascists don't do anything, so all their pride is in the past or a mythical past? No, it's always a mythical past pride that has been taken away from them, and they are the eternal victim. That is the foundation of fascism, and that's built on the first layer of sexual insecurity and misogyny, and then general social insecurity. Then on top of that, it comes this mythical past and this eternal victim complex, and it just goes from there. Every single one of them, all fascists, are built on that foundation. A foundation built on greed and envy and resentment that has essentially crystallized into a solid. Literally cry bully fascists. Every last one of them. You're not wrong. 100%. So I have a really cool video to watch with you guys here. It's called The Chosen Company, The Patches of Our Brothers, Part 1. This is straight up like footage from in Ukraine. We get some like commentary. This one's in English, thankfully. The last one I had wasn't. Give me like a hot minute to go pee, and when we come back, we'll start this video. I've watched like the first 10 minutes of it, and it seems really interesting, and it is safe. Like I did see like no actual bodies or anything, so it'll be fun. So stick around, just 2 secs. Oh, Shard, are you here? Shard, do you think you could set me a poll to see if y'all want me to play Cyberpunk after stream while I go pee? That'd be awesome, if you can. If not, I'll just do it when I get back. Okie doke, here we go. Anger and pride are my only main mortal sins out of the 7. Look, listen, I don't believe in religion, so there's no, like... Sin isn't a spiritual thing, it's just being a shitty person. But feel your feelings, yeah, feel your anger. Express yourself, talk to people, go outside. Other streamers smoke on screen. Is it No Smokehouse yours? All rented in the UK, no smoking, smoke alarms? No, I am quitting vaping. And so I've resorted to smoking. But, like, yes, I don't smoke in the house, but I only, like, have a couple pulls. Like, I don't have a whole cigarette because I don't want to smoke. I'm still quitting. So it's just, like, a couple pulls for some nicotine in my body. Because patches are ungodly expensive here. Sorry, I don't know why my fucking outfit is doing this. Thank God I wore a shirt under this dress, eh? God damn. I wasn't doing it before. Alright, let's have a look. You play? You play. Okay, good 10-second warning label.
3, 4 in the morning, we get woken up by the commanders that we need to get kitted and get ready immediately. And everybody's confused, everybody's running around, and while all this is happening, while we are checking gear and whatnot, people are trying to figure out what is going on. And in between, we figured out that the Russians have started the biggest offensive since the Kiev push in 22. Over 30,000 soldiers with tanks,
Like, it's actually a little
BTRs,
graphic too. Not too
helicopters, jets, glide bombs, everything.
This guy Ukrainian, he's a soldier in Ukraine. I don't know if he is Ukrainian. There's soldiers in Ukraine that come from other countries because you can volunteer to go fight in Ukraine. It's the Foreign Legion. I'm not sure if these guys are from the Foreign Legion. Some of them are definitely not Ukrainian, but like, it's loud. I can turn it down. Oh no worries, Jesse, right? We just started it, so... They're cool. It's a cool video. It shows you, like, what being on the ground in a war zone feels like in an active battle.
I was in my bunker asleep, and then Ryan, yells and wakes me up and says, "Hey, get your kit on, we got to go."
They are the assault platoon of the 59th Assault Brigade. Thank you, Zomi.
Says that the Russians are attacking Pervo en masse, and we have to go there and help retake some positions.
Hey, you're fine, Zeus. You're coming back here. I'll take my gun. Okay. Get down for your bad self, Swede. Dodge before you die, boys.
It's really great seeing videos of soldiers fucking around, dancing and having fun without also having like genocidal chanting happening. Unfortunately, that is a very common occurrence if you just go on Twitter and go on the Israeli side.
Because we were part of the reconnaissance unit of the 59th, we were subject to...
It's hard to hear me? Can you guys not hear me talk? I didn't change any of my settings. I don't know why it would be. Here, let me try this. Let me know if this is better.
A lot of QRF, Quick Reaction Force,
you're not wrong.
tasks as well.
Still out?
I believe that was the first time that we actually acted on a QRF call.
Is it... I just changed the sound settings. How about... yeah, it's better now? Cool, cool, cool.
This time we were operating on the south side of the main road where Delta was for Pervo 2 on their side. And we were tasked with going in and crossing a field to a tree line to the south of the...
Zomi, do you have a map of where he's talking about right now? I think he sent it to me on Signal earlier.
Clearing some trenches, like a line of trenches that were mixed with Ukrainian and Russians, and the Russians have been advancing through the open fields and BMPs and dropping troops off, and the troops would just run into the trench and fight. So We put a team together, I think about 8 or so, and we were tasked to, go do that.
Thank you, thank you. So where they are talking about would be right around here. You are a fucking legend, by the way. So they're right around here. Pretty deep into enemy lines. Not all that safe, really. But that would be exactly why this video is so interesting, actually. Now that makes sense.
And this is
you sent me a bunch of stuff about
at this
this. And I was
point,
like,
we are
"No, I
getting
wanna watch
ready
it on
and we get
stream."
sent out. And at this point, it's already completely light outside, everything. So it's pretty fucking scary to walk outside with drones and everything going on in modern warfare.
This is the situation at the time. So at the time, it looked like this. They would have been here, right? These were these guys. Or no, this one. That would be them over here. If I heard them right. No, because they're not in Pisky. Yeah, they were going to push up towards Pisky. So they would be coming up from here, trying to take out those positions while the Russians were pushing this way.
So it's probably one of the most scariest moments I've had in the war, just walking out in the open, trying to get to a position in the middle of the city.
Yeah, that's the last place you want to be, is out in the open.
Wire!
Like, this is terrifying to me, and I'm just watching it.
We walked down the main road. It's about 1 kilometre or so down. We didn't take any fire until...
Yeah, just casually walked for 1 kilometer with, like, artillery shells and explosions happening all around us. Just, regular day.
We got close to our building we're meant to meet the Ukrainians at. Swede took a ricochet. I believe it damaged the magazine on his weapon or in his plate carrier. He wasn't hit or injured by it, fortunately.
Honestly, you can trace back pretty much every modern issue that we're facing as a society to Russia. Like, this war kind of started everything. Russia started World War III by doing this. Not even joking. Just like, it took longer than everyone expected, and so we don't think of it that way.
One guy got shot in the chest plate, but we think it was a pock shot because it was only with like 1 bullet, so it's probably just someone shooting somewhere. And we get into the Ukrainian position right beside the trenches.
Don't forget that, like, up until somewhat relatively recently, Russia was the largest exporter of right-wing, white nationalist, fascist propaganda to the world. They were the only ones that did it more than we did as America. So, like, yes, this kind of is entirely their fault. If Taiwan gets yoinked, it'll also be the Russians. The building is this one, I believe, on the map. That would make sense. Yep, so they're still pushing towards Pisky. Cool, I actually got their position right. They were the one in the middle.
And we're trying to figure out what is going on, what's happening, like
It's
the
all
newest
the
intel before we move in.
So we all get down to the bunker, we all sort of plan what we're going to do, and then we step off.
Клен попередьте, що гості будуть, щоб зустріли, показали напрямок липи.
Will be something interesting for the history book 70 years from now, assuming that there are history books 70 years from now.
Да.
Best target are war industries, get rich by killing mostly civilians. Literally, like, Russia is practicing drone strikes on civilians before sending the drone pilots to an active part of the war for their new drone pilots. Like, all the time in Kherson. We've watched a video on it, which apparently I can't show on stream because they don't like it, but, you know, it is what it is. Butter effect made me laugh. That is very funny.
So let's take a look at it.
Like, put yourself in this position right now.
We got told like there is a proven path, nobody's going to show us because everything is going on. The Russians are pushing these positions with everything they have.
Like, again, you're standing there, and there are planes, tanks, armored personnel carriers, fucking, like, horses, because that's what the Russians can muster, like, all around you.
They're pushing with 300-400
horses,
soldiers at once, and it's totally chaos.
Donkeys, actually.
Already now we have gotten told in the free trenches they have taken, there's probably between 30 and 40 Ukrainian dead and Russian dead combined.
Yeah, you're all mine now.
We're coming? Yes. All right. Hey! Force 19!
Oh yeah, everything is mined in the trenches and all of that as well.
Let's go, boys.
There's a reason we're watching this one, though, because it's more than just them walking. Like, there's lessons in this. Meanwhile, Russia is sending their special forces to Africa for bodyguard duty. Russian special forces means nothing. They have no special forces. Their special forces are dead. The ones they're sending to Africa are there for other reasons, obviously, that still benefit the Russians, but, like, the best Russian soldiers are still dog shit.
So we step off in single file, and we have an.
I've watched a video of like 4 volunteer fighters in Ukraine just wipe out an entire Spetsnaz like team easily. So, like, no, the Russians ain't shit. Meanwhile, in Sudan, the Ukrainian army prisoner them to Russian army. Yeah, most funny things. Well, I mean, like, if we're talking about prisoner swaps, the Russians torture Ukrainian prisoners, which is fucked up.
EW backpack on with us as well.
There's an agenda of rewriting
like
history everywhere. Yeah, everywhere. Everywhere.
Drone comes over.
Suicide drone? Drone?
Stops, spirals to the ground, so the EW's working.
That's the EW working, I think.
I swear, like, I already have drone trauma. I hear the buzzing and inside I'm like, huh.
It went down. Keep going. Is the EW working? Tank mines, are they? Are there any anti-personnel mines? Okay.
Being out in the open like this is fucking terrifying. Also, why didn't you hit the ground, mate, when you heard that bang? You should know that. You should know better. I know to do that. Yeah, it is, isn't it, Shard? I'm glad someone's appreciating it.
If we push across the open ground, navigate through the AT mines to the tree line, and along this tree line, about,
I mean, of course he's calm,
down.
like, because he's a soldier. You're trained for this kind of stuff, and also, like, when you're in the moment, you do tend to be more calm than you would think that you would be in a crisis moment, because your brain gets in the zone. Like, there is a physical state of being in the zone, where time kind of slows down a little bit, and you're focused, and that happens much more easily when you are constantly in a state of fight or flight.
Is the entrance to the trench.
Yeah, it's a crisis mindset. Exactly, Lerda. Basically, yeah.
That was a drone.
God damn.
We get to the trench. The first thing we see.
Yeah, that's not good.
That was a drone. We get to the trench. The first thing we see is the trench. We later find out it is a lot longer, but all the Ukrainians have hurtled into a little teeny tiny area because they are so scared. And there is a little side trench that goes to the side for a couple meters. We get in there. I think we were in the trench for maximum 4 minutes, and the mortars get closer and closer, so the Russians had seen us go into the trench.
Okay. There's 2 suicide drones now.
One hit here.
One just hit there too, so 3. Fucking hell.
We gotta unleash the Japanese, guys.
So we gotta go and take the fucking next trench fast, otherwise we're not gonna be fitting this place.
Yeah.
Kalina, это Оля.
Going any further? Yeah, fuck it, sit on him. Thank you.
Get me in.
Get in.
I'm at the edge of the trench. I'm pretty much
Like,
outside.
most
we have
people
one
would
dude
be
in front
having
of
a
me
fucking
and
panic
a
attack.
Ukrainian.
We gotta get that second
Pass me the
trench.
bag. Huh? The bag. Throw me the bag.
We gotta get the second trench also.
Yeah.
Get in here.
We can't go anymore.
Okay.
Squeeze in as much as you can, mate.
So the trench we were in was Ukrainian held. The one next to it was Russian. The one after that was empty, and then the one after that was Ukrainian. So the Russians...
Like, we literally are just reinventing World War One.
We're getting dropped off in the middle and then just going to the closest trench
This is World War 1.5.
that they could see. So they were sandwiched between friendly units, Ukrainian units, which is good. It helped us. So we're figuring if we want to move through this trench to go to the enemy one, or have some of us come outside the trench, run to it, and then assault from the outside as well.
Yeah, exactly.
While we were doing that, we were taking mortifying drones.
The fuck?
No one really has an understanding of what this is like because they don't see it.
Yeah, keep lift it up, lift it up. Yep.
I know, man. I feel bad. Sorry,
We need one guy covering this sector. Кто-то туда смотрит?
Нет, там нету обзора.
Just being stuck in this fucking hole. Bombs going off everywhere. People not even speaking English.
You can hear it like artillery. It like howls when it goes down, and you can hear how loud the howl is how close it's going to be. And I just remember hearing the loudest howl I've probably ever heard, so I thought like this is going to be a direct hit on us.
Can one of the guys have a look at that fuck?
Inside the trench, we were all so hurtled together, and it hit right when we go down to the trench, like right outside, so all the shrapnel went down to the trench. The first thing I see, like,
that's really
it was so
bad.
close, there's so much dust in the air.
Just to clarify, generally, when you are outside and you hear like artillery strike or a drone hits, you drop to the ground because the shrapnel hits the ground and goes up. This landed in a way where all of the shrapnel just got funneled into the trench.
I hear someone coughing, and I could hear it was my teammate Swede. I've known Swede since I came to Ukraine, since almost the first day in the start of the war.
He's missing his pinky on his left hand.
That was my closest teammate I've ever had in Ukraine.
P's story of having a hole from a nade in his chest, then deciding to retreat back through a minefield because his time was running out and had to make a decision. Heartbreak. Like, that's what this is. That's what war is like. And a lot of you might have to make some of these decisions in the coming few years.
And I hear him coughing, but it sounded like, or it almost sounded like a fake cough. It sounded like if you forced a cough where you didn't have to cough. So I thought like it was just a dust in the air. And then I hear someone yelling like Swedish coughing up blood. And I've seen a lot of things here in Ukraine, but I've never ever seen someone cough up blood. Only in movies I've seen that.
Jake, get contact, I'm hit! Yeah. Right, this is Dave. Righto, this is Dave.
Get cover, get cover.
Like, that doesn't sound good, guys.
Righto, this is Dave. I'm not getting anything.
Oh yeah, I forgot I did a poll.
We gotta get the eyes up a little bit. Hold on, Sweet works. Take care, Sweet. Get Sweet.
Did you see them get hit, Shard?
We gotta move back.
Yeah. We have to fucking move back.
The guy, one of my guys in front of me, he was standing up with his probably about his chest, stomach up from the trench, and the mortar fragmentation got him in the face and the hand and the arm. And what most likely happened was the mortar.
Have you watched Civ Div? A little, yeah.
Frag ricocheted off the trench. I never knew it was a thing until I heard it once before and then experienced it like firsthand. And at that point, we were like, "Fuck this! Like we can't go forward. We already have casualties, and now we're down at least like."
Does he have a pinky on his left hand? No,
2 or 3
he
men.
doesn't.
So we gave the order to withdraw back.
Hey, can you guys move? Are you able to get up and run if we go?
We can't move, Swede. We can't move, Swede. Where's he hit? He's throwing up blood. He's hit bad. God damn it.
That's really bad.
Yeah, it's good. What are you doing?
Oh, suicide!
North Korea's not communist. Savella, you have no idea what you're talking about. North Korea's not even communist. As well as, like, the Ukrainians don't love liberalism. The Russians don't love Christianity. They're not Christian. They just use Christianity. Just like North Korea uses communism. Mr. Adviz, I saw just now earlier, he had his pinky, like, inside his hand for some reason. I thought he was missing part of his pinky. There's an actual interview with Ryan recruiting for this company, Super Grim. Yeah, look, I mean, like, I'm not gonna say this looks fun. If you're up for it, good for you, do it. But, I wouldn't.
John! Fucking hell! We need to fucking get back.
We gotta get out of here, boys. I need to move. We gotta get out of here, boys. We gotta go!
Swede.
It's okay, Savella. They're all
yelled
fascism.
out, "I need to move."
Türkiye, Rusya, İsrail, Amerika, İngiltere, Hindistan, Pakistan. Bunların hepsi faşistler. Hepsi. Jewish philosophy, or whatever it's called, self-reliant. Just call it fascism. Calling it a Jewish philosophy complicates things even more. Where are the Aussies? Why are there Aussies there? Because they volunteered. Because they joined to go fight the Russians. They wanted to. The Russians captured an Australian school teacher at one point.
And everybody said, yes, let's move. So within 5 minutes of us going into this trench and this offensive, half the team has already gotten injured. It happened so quickly. And we all decided this is not, we are not combat ready anymore. So we decided to pull back.
I need to move now. Guys!
Yeah.
Go get
We know! Just tell them, let's go, we just go. I'm not getting comms either.
Now,
we gotta get moving.
Put yourself in this position. You're standing in a trench. One of your friends, is dying next to you. And there are bombs dropping all the fuck around you. And you can't get in contact with anybody. It's fucking terrifying. But you need to be able to exist in a situation like this without losing your shit. Because, not to say that you're going to be in this situation, but there is a likelihood that most of you at some point in your life may end up in a situation where maybe you or your friends are injured. Maybe there is danger around you and there is an injury, or there's someone you need to protect, and you need to be able to make decisions. You need to be able to think clearly. And this means practicing the discomfort before you need it. You pick them up, put them on your back and drag them if you must, but get the fuck out. But at the same time, like, where are you going to go right now? Like, you have to be able to decide which direction is safe. Where am I going to go? Like, you have to have this awareness of your surroundings and then make according decisions based on the context. When you hear the radio beep, but no voice, that means too many people are trying to talk on the radio at the same time on the same frequency. That makes sense.
Gotta get moving. Sweet, can you walk it up? Am I hitting the back? Yes. We gotta get him out.
Just.
You gotta go. Oh, yeah. I'm also wounded. Let's get going. We gotta get him out. Yep. We gotta go back.
Everyone's wounded.
Let's get up. Suicide drones are coming.
Wait for the impact.
We have to move.
Back?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right. Fucking Swayze! Make sure you grab your bag, okay? Right.
We need to get
Yeah?
Come on, guys!
Yeah,
We gotta get Sweet out now!
Let's just go back.
Now!
Yeah, alright, ready to move?
We're going
Ready?
back.
Moving!
We gotta get the bag over.
Me and the first dude, we
Doesn't really matter where, just not where the artillery is looking. It's really hard to know that, though. As long as the wounded are making noises, that's a good sign because they're not dead in these situations. You'd rather them screaming in pain than go silent. That is true.
And the tree line across the field.
The UK is just neoliberal fascism. Look, I'm sorry, guys, but that's kind of all we have. We either have fascism or neoliberal fascism. If you live in Latin America, good for you. You might have a little bit of, like, social democracy, but everyone else, no, sorry. We get fascism or neoliberal fascism, and that's it. The Russians are looking at them with Mavic drones, so they see them the whole time. Yeah, I also would have expected that there would have been a high-flying drone that's, like, watching the positions and calling in the strikes, so... like, up so high that you wouldn't even be able to see it.
Druzi! Get inside, get inside!
Get in, Governor!
We got to the house, and then I turned around and I couldn't see the guys behind me, so I went in, I waited.
I remember because I was first into the trench. I'm going to be the last one out, me and another guy. And I saw Sweet. I saw he was like fumbling a little bit. He was like shaky when he walked. Then he fell, and I remember he fell the first time, taking off with his hands, like the natural like response. And I remember he got up on his feet again after a little bit. And I remember the second time he fell straight with his face, like this had disappeared, and like this is probably the last thing that's going to disappear because this is just instinctual. And at that point, I probably already thought like he's not going to make it. And we had to wait because the mortar shells were hitting so close to the trench that we couldn't move. That was why we were still in the trench while everybody had run out. What trigger was NATO?
Are you saying that NATO... like, no, don't accept the Russian, like, propaganda line. This was Russia. Russia triggered this and nothing else. NATO didn't trigger anything. Russia has this delusion that NATO was trying to expand into Russia. Maybe. I don't even believe that delusion even exists. I think Putin just wanted Ukraine. And NATO is a good excuse. It's always their excuse. It's been their excuse from the very beginning. NATO didn't do shit. Ukraine would adhere to NATO. Ukraine wasn't joining NATO. Ukraine can't join NATO. Like, by NATO's rules, they wouldn't be able to. Because Ukraine got invaded in 2014 with Crimea. Which, by the rules of NATO, means that you cannot ascend to NATO. You can't have an ongoing border dispute. Like, it's just not possible. As well as Ukraine also hadn't fit the rest of the criteria. There was no reason for this kind of antagonism. But it has nothing to do with that. It doesn't matter. Even if, like, Ukraine had joined the EU, this still would be happening. Because Russia wants that land. Well, I mean, Ukraine's joining the EU now.
It was only me and another guy, and we were just looking at this guy, looking at Swede. Finally, there was a pause in the mortars. We run out. Me and my teammate, we stop at Swede, and Swede, at this point, he had been rolled to his back, and he was looking up in the sky, and he had blood coming out of his nose and mouth. And he was like incoherent, and he was just looking, and he's...
Well, because Russia always wanted to. It didn't matter what they did. Like, they could have... Nothing could have changed. Russia still would have done this because Russia wanted to do this. That's just it. Like, Russia has just wanted to do this. And now Ukraine will be part of the EU. They're talking about it. I mean, Ukraine's talking about adopting the euro and dropping the dollar, right? Add Georgia to the NATO ban list. That's that too. Because Georgia also wants to be part of the EU, let alone NATO. And they're also been invaded by Russia. I think that one was 2008 or 2006. I don't get all the anti-NATO talking points on the internet. It makes no sense except US bad or something. Essentially, yeah. And like some of the anti-NATO talking points are correct, many such cases. The issue being, usually they're used in contexts where the person using them is trying to defend the actions of Russia. And that just doesn't work. I don't think this war can be separated from the context leading up to it. He didn't just invade it for fun. No, he didn't invade it for fun. He invaded it because he wanted it. He wanted the land, the resources, the prestige, and he's a fascist. And fascists need an eternal war to stay in power. Putin's been in power for like 2 decades. He needs a war.
He was looking at us, but his eyes was completely... It looks like he looked through us almost. And while we're sitting there, I hear another guy screaming for help or screaming he's hit or something like that. So I tell the other guys, you got him, I need to check on this guy. I run to this other guy. He was hit in the chest, and at this point, because the proven path, you could only walk on this because there were so many mines, he was so out of it. It was the guy that got hit in the chest. He was walking out in the mine.
But it's Trump that needs the precious rare earth minerals of Ukraine, except we're going to buy them from Russia instead. And also Australia has a ton, and Australia is an American colony. Rare earth minerals are not all that rare. Talking about Putin being a fascist while a fascist is being interviewed, you think that this guy is a fascist? Why, Manjoria? Can you tell me why you think that this soldier is a fascist?
And I yelled to him, come here, you're not walking on the proven path anymore.
I'm curious.
And he was so out of it, and while I was going to him, a mortar shell hit right in front of him, and then he got hit again. I ran out into the minefield, got him back to the proven path.
Australia has one of the largest deposits of rare earth minerals in the world.
And I told him, you have to follow me. So now I walk in front of him and looking forward.
Also, the rare earth minerals in Ukraine are incredibly difficult to access. Also, one of the reasons that we want Greenland as America is because of the rare earth minerals, as well as water. That's why we want Canada. It's all about resources and it's all about land. That's what fascists do. It also, Australia has all the minerals. A proper Australian government could turn this country into a regional power, like pretty fast, actually.
We walk 10, 15 meters. I look back, and again, he has wandered off the proven path. I go back again to get him.
I love that Manchuria just came in here to say, like, this Ukrainian soldier is a fascist and then won't answer my question as to why. I spent 4 years mining in Northern Australia. It's a big place. God damn, you came here mining. Were you doing gold, opal, coal, iron? NATO committed atrocities, but so is the Kremlin right now. It's not difficult to be nuanced unless you're a liberal or a tanky, to be honest. Also, I was like 3 minutes behind Rip. No, you're right. You're exactly right. Like, NATO has also committed atrocities. NATO's not good. They're just neoliberal fascists. But the Russians are worse. It's the same argument every time. Oh, but like, Hamas is bad. Yeah, Hamas is bad. But so is Israel. Oh, but like Hamas, it's the same fucking argument every time.
I can't see him.
I could see them at the tree line.
Good, Ilirda.
You know, starting to cross the field. And I go out, yell at them like, hey guys, you have to run, like, let's go.
They're just in the tree line, they're not moving.
NATO in and of itself isn't bad. It's just an organization. The things that countries in NATO have done, some of them are not great. Specifically things like America's done. The Donetsk and Luhansk peoples have suffered under the Maidan regime for decades. Your nuanced views to serve to delegitimize anti-US movements. First of all, I am anti-US. Russia is not. Secondly, the Donetsk and Luhansk people are not Russian. That was a fake election that was done under duress with Russian military, pointing fucking guns at people, all right? The revolution of dignity, the Maidan revolution, to not be part of Russia, that is the real answer of that region's goals, desires, and views. Fake election, Maidan coup is a color revolution that installed an oligarch. Jesus Christ, you Russians just come out of the woodworks every 10 seconds, don't you? I am not fighting that Maidan line. That's like 4 years ago type of argument. My God. I'm actually surprised that I got a response, but it was also the response that I was expecting. I would just say that the Kremlin's actions aren't blowback like how Hamas is known to blow back to Israelis' atrocities. Yeah, no, this isn't blowback. This is just imperialism. Votnik's gonna Votnik.
Move! Move! One of them must be unable to walk. One of them must not be able to if they're all not moving.
Freeze out, we gotta get him here.
Also, I love how, like, his answer didn't apply at all to this soldier that he was calling a fascist.
Fucking leg. Useless. Arm is useless.
They're not moving, I can see Endok. I'm gonna have to go back out there.
Yep. Go.
They must be injured, fuck's sake.
Mostly things that Henry Kissinger had a part in, by the way, in relation to Captain Buggy's message to you, many such cases.
Come on!
And I hear a drone overhead, so I quickly turn around and dart back to the building, wait like a minute or two, come back out.
Hey, come on! Let's go!
Oh, thank you, Charmed Chaos. Whoa, sorry, I messed up chat there. Like, understand that most
What's
of you
going on?
who have no, like, who just, if I took any of you, 9 out of 10 of you just put into the position that this guy is in, you're not gonna move. You're gonna hear the bombs going off. You're going to know that you need to move, but you're going to be paralyzed with where to move. Indecision. Because now you're in a high-stress situation with a short amount of time to make a decision, and you have no practice for it. If I got thrown into this situation, I don't think I would move too. Like, you have to move, but where? Do I go back? Do I go forward? Do I go side? There's bombs going off. You're overstimulated instantly. I would have trouble here too. And this is a thing that you need to keep in mind. It's not just instinct, because I've seen plenty of videos of people seeing FPV drones coming forward like it's going to explode when it hits you, and them trying to like hit it with their hand, punch it, or hit it with their gun rather than shooting it. Like, it's training. Yeah, you have to practice. This is not instinctual. Instinct will have you freeze. It's fight, flight, freeze, fawn. If you have nothing to fight and too many places to flee, no one to fawn, then you're going to freeze. It needs to be trained and trained until it becomes instinct. You need to be able to be aware of your situation and make decisions in times of stress, basically. You need to practice that.
What's wrong? Move!
Then I see them crossing the field. Okay, sweet, they're coming. And then a mortar lands close by and one of them gets hit with it, like light shrapnel.
Get up!
Like,
Get
just
up!
hearing the whistle makes me want to duck.
This way! You guys have to run!
He starts yelling and shit, and I yell at them to keep coming, like, let's go, don't stop, don't stop.
Guys, move quicker!
Then I hear another drone, and then I turn back and run back to the building.
I'm pretty sure they don't step on a mine. Like, God.
Where's Swayze and Swede?
It's war. It is insanity.
What?
We needed help. Okay?
Fuck.
We got directors. We need to get back in next week.
In. Is Swayze okay?
Yes.
He's with Swede in the first trench?
No. Sweet's outside. Okay,
Dude, beautiful. A lot of houses
Get in.
gone.
Yeah, get in, go.
Sorry. Give me the bag, Get in. Oh, my leg.
Dave is a good leader.
Go
I mean,
deeper,
he
deeper.
definitely seems like it. He's taking care of his squad. This shit isn't fun to practice. I've gone through it and got freaked out in infiltration training, 100 things going on at once. And if you're forced to question if you made the right decision, i.e. shooting someone holding their hands up, it can definitely be traumatizing to train. Yeah, but like, the thing is, you're going to be living the trauma. So like, get used to the trauma. The traumatization while training will make the trauma that you will experience in war less traumatic.
Oh,
It's okay, Bebex.
I'm cold with a bad fucking idea. I fucking said it.
Where is Swede?
Sweet's still out there.
Where is he?
I hate the war
like a minute or
industry.
so
I hate
later, the
oligarchy.
guys rock
All
up
of it.
and
Yeah.
like, hey, like, where's Swede?
Capitalism.
And he's like, he's still out there with two of our guys. I'm like, fuck, okay, right. So it's the majority of the team is back at the house now. We've just got 3 guys out there, including Swede, who's like, he can't walk. He was initially walking, and then he sort of collapsed and couldn't go further.
Come here. Neil.
Fucking breathe.
Neil.
Oh.
It's all right, you're right. Stay calm. Breathe.
We got directed into trench as well. Right after this now. Oh.
Do you feel any pain anywhere?
My chest.
Yeah.
Let's get down first. I don't want to die here.
I don't want to leave them.
No.
Becoming
I know.
insensitive is not great. You don't want to be insensitive. You want to be able to find the middle ground. You want to be able to make the decision and feel the discomfort. But no. You lose your innocence. You don't have any innocence. You can't afford innocence right now. If you were an American, if you live in America, I'm talking to you. If you live in the Middle East, I'm talking to you. You can't afford innocence. Innocence is a luxury that you don't have. You have to live with it. You have to feel discomfort. You have to suffer and be okay with it. Desensitize yourself to it because it is war. We're in World War III. You think some of you aren't going to be affected by this? You think that your country's not going to get dragged into a conflict a year, 2 down the line? We're fucking 5 months into 2025. And so far, how many wars are going on around the world? How much worse is it getting? How much closer are we to the collapse of society as we know it and the reforming of it how the right wants? We're getting there. We're getting there globally. Yeah, looted Pakistani economy and claimed Indian lands, Chinese sneak. I mean, like, China's just gonna try and be the new America and take as much as they can. I would imagine in that kind of a scenario. China would be on the side of India, Russia, America, Israel, China are all on one side, but I think China might try and eke out the win there. But the rest of us, we don't get help from them.
I don't want to leave them. No, I know. We need more guys up there. We need more guys. Get down to the bunker. Get down there.
Bro, you're dying.
There, okay?
You don't need to be talking about we need more guys up there.
Breathe this way so we're sweet. Okay. Sweet's in good hands. Get in there! I'm getting nothing. Do those dudes down there have comms?
Yeah, they have a comm. You're gonna get that. I'm gonna talk to them.
Yeah.
See if they get here. Where Sweet comes.
Yok kardeşim bak bunların hepsi beraber çalışıyor. İnanma bunların hiçbiri kavga etmiyor birinle. Bunların hepsi şeytanlar, iblisler. They're demons, all of them.
I don't know.
Savela.
I don't think he's coming. Not without help. Oh! Sweden's still out there. Is it just you here? No, yes, Sweden. Sweden priest, yeah. Yeah, they need help. I know, we're trying.
Not just bricks, but like, go get Swede. Yeah, what the fuck, guys? What are you doing?
Leave that backpack outside, just there.
Boss, I can't carry drones.
How is it that like the drones that are flying around, seeing the positions, don't just see all of these guys standing at the door of this building and then be like, hey, send a mortar into that building? Bricks en büyük koloni imparatoru. Well, they would like to be. It's not ever going to end up like that. That's not going to happen, Savella.
I threw a chest still on it and a tourniquet on his leg.
Yeah. Ryder, this is Dave. I need someone at least full security. Can you shoot?
Oh, by the way, guys,
Yeah,
maybe
here's my
learn
rifle.
how to do first aid. That might be a good skill to have if you don't already.
Let's go. Well, then we only have 3 to carry.
2. Are you going?
No,
Yeah.
the mortars were
I
not that
come.
far off
Just drag 'em.
before.
Front.
No.
Fucking drag him from the front.
Myself and
Oh, am I? I didn't see more of
2
this.
other
I haven't
dudes
watched this
went out
point now.
across the open field again under AGS, mortar fire and drones.
See, like that's a hole from a mortar. So is that one. So is that. I swear to God, I've only pre-watched the first 10 minutes. We are well past what I've seen. Did I just hear a fucking laser?
Yeah.
That's the bullet breaking the sound barrier. So there was a bullet that just whizzed past them. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. The fact that Swede hasn't been interviewed makes me nervous. It's the bullet breaking the sound barrier. Hope he makes it. Bullet whizzed by them. Who was shooting at them? From, like, the back? Because I thought it was their team was behind them. See, like, this is what I mean. Getting shot from the front, the back, the sides, bullets whizzing up, down, sideways, left and right.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I was like, what the fuck? Where are they getting shot from? I didn't see anyone shooting. Ah, they were getting shot from the side. That would make sense. Not just learn first aid, but buy a pack of 5 compression bandages and tourniquet and throw them in your car, shed, house, gift, workplace, etc. I actually have exactly done that, and a bunch of other first aid stuff, because I actually do know how to do first aid. I restocked on that, got some compression bandages, and tourniquets. Unfortunately, I'm not in America to be able to, like, put them to much use, though. But better have them than not. That's why when they weren't worried with the earlier bullets, they could tell that the sound wasn't at them. How close does that need to be for you to hear it?
Yeah.
For the camera to
Here,
pick it up.
go
Even.
that side, go this side, got this side.
Grab it.
Yeah.
Well, I think
Come on,
that's
Swede.
Swede, yeah.
Come on. Hey guys, security and Doc, I need your help. I need your help, man.
Yeah. Okay, just before the wire, just before the wire.
And then 50 meters. Okay. Christ.
Watch the mines. They're right off the path.
Oh, and like that's the house. So, you know, mortars are not all that far off. And there is a drone watching them.
Yeah, it's small.
Honestly,
switch hands,
like
switch hands.
This looks like a death sentence to me. For like
Mine
the
left
squad.
still. Come on, Swede.
Come on.
Ready? Mine right.
Come on, Swede. Hang on, buddy.
No, they try and carry him back.
Come on, boys. Almost there. Come on.
You don't leave him. Even if he dies, you don't leave him. Like, if you're gonna die, if you don't, okay.
Mine right.
But, like,
Mine
generally,
right.
yeah, you drag him.
Quick, quick, quick.
Come on.
And it was going good.
Oh,
and then
right the building.
about halfway back, we see a mortar or an RPG hit the house. I'm thinking, oh, fuck, okay, right.
That just hit the building. Let's go.
We're gonna move, boys.
We're going to the building.
Go. Yeah.
We get closer, another round lands between us and the house.
Quicker, quicker. Fuck. Fuck.
Where to?
Okay,
Hold.
now
Hold, spread out.
you get close to a tree. And you get on the ground.
You good, Priest? Yeah.
This lot.
And then a third round lands like probably between 5 and 10 meters away, and I tell the guys, fuck, like drop him, like let's like go back to the house, because I was worried the next round was gonna land on us. So we all fucking sprint back to the building.
We have to move. We have to move. Go inside. Get inside. Just get the fuck inside.
Yeah, next one is for you. Run now. You would have died if you did that, Captain Buggy.
We
Think you
believe,
could
like,
survive
Swede
on your
was dead
own
at
here?
this point. He wasn't breathing and he was unconscious at the very least. So we just had to leave him out there at risk of us copping a mortar round as well, because those three got really close. We waited a couple of minutes, then we went out. It was only about 30 meters away. We went and got him and brought him back. And we brought him around. We
Again,
tried
like,
doing.
even if you don't intend to go to war, there are militias around you, and if you plan to protest, you're going to need some of these skills, because I'm sorry to tell you this, but if you plan to protest anything in the United States, you are a terrorist and an enemy of the state, and you will have to act accordingly. So they did leave him because it was a risk. That's what I would have done, as horrible as it sounds. Well, I mean, like, yeah, it was either leave him there or get hit with a mortar. It's horrible, but you have to.
Me and the medic tried doing CPR on him, but
like,
he was
it's
already
not
gone.
like they're far.
I left Swede. He was probably alive for maybe 20 more seconds, and then he like became unconscious, and a little bit later he died. They got his body back to the bunker, and at this point they were hitting us with everything. A tank kept hitting the building,
Yeah.
and we kept getting hit and hit and hit and hit and hit all the time. We were all there. Everybody was a little
Like,
bit.
Swede was dying and required a lot more medical attention than they were going to be able to give him while getting shot. That's kind of what happens, you know? Like, his life could have been saved, sure, but they needed, like, what, 20 minutes, some, like, time to think, some actual medical, like, tools, and, like, the team medic also not being injured. Like, you could do that, but when you're in a situation where half your team is injured, you got one guy that's dying, and there's mortars falling all around you, yeah, you kind of have to save the rest of the team.
Out of it, because so many got injured and Swede got killed within the first 5 minutes of this operation. I've never experienced anything like that before in Ukraine, where it almost looked like my vision just went black. I think it was because I already knew in the back of my mind that Swede was dead, and almost like a shock. I guess, and I couldn't really see much.
We had 3 casualties. One was temporarily blind, the other, and he was in shock, he couldn't stop shaking. One was shrapnel to the chest from the mortar, and then one was the medic who had copped shrapnel to the face, arm and hand. We only had 1 dead then, and all we could do now was set up security and wait till nightfall.
As we were bringing Swede back across the field here, we were 2/3 of the way, and then 2 rounds hit this building.
Yeah, we heard.
And then another round hit like 10 meters in front of us, and I was like, just drop him, we have to get back here. So I was afraid that the next one would have been on us. But no, there wasn't a 4th one that came, thankfully. But by the time we grabbed him, he was already unconscious. But
some wounds, there's nothing.
Like, the thing is, Swede was pretty much dead before they even got to where the mortars were. I'm sorry, but like the half second you saw him when they were in the other place and they got like the bullet whizzed past them and they picked him up and they carried, he was already basically dead then. You could see it. Like he was pale, he was passed out, his eyes were open, like he was.
Where do you take shrapnel?
From the side. From the side, probably hit the heart or something. He bleed out so fast. There's
he coughed up blood, so it likely.
So bleeding, coughing up blood.
Yeah, he was bleeding.
Yeah.
There was no tension in the muscle. He was bleeding in fast. Probably aorta or heart or something.
Do you think he would have died back here? We had a got him.
What do you do for side protection?
We put all the kit in a pile, and then Ollie's going to translate that they'll get the kit. We just get what we can get, and Swede. My Mike's in his bag, my AT4 is still there. We'll brief them at student, but when we get to student, we got to be.
Oh, of course, yeah, no, I was just like wondering, what do you do?
I'm just trying to think.
Suppose it depends on how big you are, how much you can carry.
So 7:30, we're gonna head out here.
Like this guy just lost his friend, man.
We wait till nightfall and then we put Swede on the stretcher.
Something like that. That makes sense. Like, I'm sure that there is layers of soft armor that you can put on that makes the soft armor less soft. Russian armor has neck and side protection, but it's shit quality. That tracks. They're being told to use frag body armor. Defend homeland for kill people, heartbreaking. I mean, it's either die or kill people. And if it's die, I would choose not death. It's a belt that goes around your lower ribs. I feel like I would want more than that on there.
And we bring him back to the evac point.
No, stop doing metaphors, guys. Stop depersonalizing this. This is human beings being killed because Russia wants to. That's it. That's it. That's all it is. It's just Russia wants to kill people, so people are dying. Period. You don't need a metaphor. More is heavier. I do get that, but like, you know, not getting shrapnel to the side would be nice. And in a scenario like in Ukraine, you'd probably want to go for that because there's bombs falling everywhere. So you're likely to get hit on the side.
Team got there, they got on the Humvee, and then the replacement team came in and I stayed. So everyone from that team left except for me, and the new guys came in and went to the bunker. The main reason I stayed was because I had thought one of my mates had grabbed my weapon so I could have a free hand to grab the stretcher, but miscommunication, and he left it at the objective, like where we were. So I had to go, like I wasn't leaving without my weapon regardless, so I stayed anyway, which I was happy to do.
Ilirda, can we just acknowledge the fact that there is no such thing anymore for the time being as a war crime? I mean, I'm hoping soon that we can bring that back. We can make that illegal again. But like right now, there is no law for it to be crime. There's no institution. There's nobody, like it's the Geneva Convention now. Like again, that doesn't mean anything anymore. People need to care for it to mean anything, and none of it does. There is no international law anymore. I mean, it's the Geneva Suggestion now. Oh, I still saw convention. I don't know why. God damn. I need to turn off that chat, because I have two chat boxes. I have the one that combines YouTube chat and Twitch chat, and then I have Twitch chat and YouTube chat open. And the one that combines is more convenient to look at, but it doesn't do the dyslexia font.
And I eventually went and got my weapon and came back, and I helped the dudes the next day as well. And that's hotel living. So
look, if I was you, I would have stayed back just because like my mate got killed and I want to go kill some botniks. Like that would have been me.
With a bit of confusion on what's going on. A lot of the time we got told just to wait to be told what was happening, because after the first day we were then purely reacting to the Russians. We weren't planning ourselves. We had just to do, we had to counter whatever the Russians were throwing at us. There was a
because people were trying to talk about like this war in a context of like metaphor. I think Maria was talking about like this is what happens when you put like ants in a bottle and you shake them, and it felt like it was minimizing the context of more than 1 million people have died because a guy decided. One guy made a decision. That's it. That's it. Dyslexia font? Dyslexia font. Just font. It's human history. Yeah. You're not wrong, but like, it's the worst part of our history.
Just up the road on the big junction intersection called my position hotel, right? And we eventually got, during the day, tasked to go there and hold, so then we could then push further on to a trench to help defend it.
Only one of them worked. I can make this one thicker and thinner, but like not anything more. It's not ideal, but it's better.
Ryder, this is Dave. We're moving out for a student now.
Solid copy, solid copy.
And they all regret it because they understand the reason is what? The benefit of... No one regrets it. No. Are you kidding me? No. That doesn't happen. The people dying regret it, sure. The people who make this happen, they don't care. They don't feel bad. They're demons. The people in charge who make the decisions in this fucked up world are demons. They're not humans. They're demons, liches, ghouls, and zombies. It's just, and vampires. That's the corpos. They're not regretting the death of these people. The families of these people are. The relatives, the friends, sure, they are. I'm talking about the ones risking their own lives. No, of course not. Especially not on the Ukraine side. Why the hell would they regret it? They're fighting for their country. That's why we're already in hell. Exactly, Jajex. They can never call the train to take us to the bad place because we're already in the bad place.
Along the road to the south until we get to the corner, and then I think there's a building there, and we're going to get to that and then see what's going on, okay?
So we step off on from the bunker, go to hotel. It's only about it's only a few hundred meters away, but during that walk to the objective, the Russians could see us.
This is the position he's heading to. Whoopsie, didn't mean to end that one. This is the position he's headed to. Heading south on the road to the hotel. I guess that's the hotel. God damn, they really did not make it far, because they started out here. I mean, to be fair, can't really make it that far when all that shit's happening.
From another tree line quite a bit away, and we started engaging us. You'd hear the rounds whizzing past our heads. And then some mortars eventually started coming down on hotel and around it, so we had to sprint to the building.
Yeah, capitalism is a part of this war, but it's not the reason for it. Fascism is the reason for this war, as Shard said. Capitalism just sticks its head in because it likes to be involved.
Into the building!
And, you know, fascism and capitalism, kind of besties.
Hey, this is Friday. Hey, this is Friday. Do you copy?
They're besties.
Hey, this is Ryder. Hey, this is Ryder. Do you copy? Over.
Yeah, this is people fighting for some other country's right to make decisions for themselves too. Like, most of these people are, like, American, I'm hearing the accent. That's also a good point to add in, Ludwig. And yes, fascism is capitalism in decay, but I really don't want to turn this into a theory segment. Come on, guys, let's finish this video.
Inside the window! Come on, boys.
Spread out.
He doesn't necessarily want the old Soviet Union either, by the way, stock photo, Samoyed. Putin wants Imperial Russia back, not the Soviet Union. He just wants it to be as big as the Soviet Union. He wants to be the Tsar.
Move towards town position.
Come on, guys! Over there! Yes, we're moving along that road. We started taking direct fire. We pushed into a building. I think this is hotel.
Yeah, he'll mix it up. Add a little bit of a mashup, you know? You weirdo.
Fuck, mate. Russian suicide drones in the air. Spread out. Yeah. Righto, roger.
And then we got inside, and then we set up defense. We set up like defensive position as best we could. There were Ukrainians there in the cellar as well, but we were on the top floor. I went up to the second floor to see like how good of an observation I had.
Is there an upstairs? Yeah.
Hey, I can see that there's 40 of you watching and there's only 10 likes on YouTube, so please like that video. It definitely does help. And you wouldn't be rude to the mods, would you?
Right there, huh?
These are fucking
And I remember just looking across the open field, seeing smoke, explosions, and I remember seeing Ukrainians running across the fields. And I remember these two guys running across, and a mortar hits the front guy, and his mate just has to keep going past him, which is a pretty like intense like scenario to see.
Yeah,
like,
that's fucking
troops
insane.
moving across open fields.
Ryder, what position are the? What direction are the Russians advancing from? Are they coming from the south?
Southeast, do you copy? Over.
This is Dave, roger, over.
I mean, yeah, this is very much akin to the First World War. I'm sure you could. No one.
Not long after this, I was taking cover behind a bit of collapsed building, and they hit it, and a round hits the building, and it's a tank that's shooting at us.
Christ!
And I'm thinking, fuck. And I'm thinking, fuck, okay, he could probably see me through this like little hole I was in, so I back off. I wait there a few seconds and I back off. For hours and hours and hours, this tank is shooting at us over and over and over again. And he wouldn't let us go. Every time I popped my head out of a window, like a minute later, a round would come in.
They're attacking from that way.
Yeah, I was being lazy. You're right. Depraved ambiance.
There's movement over there, but it's Ukrainians, okay? They're moving right to left. Okay. Our mortar just fucking hit outside here before. I think...
You're a legend, Shard.
Through there, we should be able to see. Is that way, southeast.
You mean under the rubble or through that door?
Under the rubble, just there.
Okay, we can take a look.
Okay.
Oh! Fuck!
Maybe not.
Jesus. Woo! They don't protect you.
Yeah,
it came
Jesus
from
is
top.
right.
I believe. Fuck.
There's no whistle.
We're good!
Is the dust clear?
Kinda.
Well, like, how do you get out? Because every time they try and get out, they get shot with a tank. Is a tank pinning down a dozen guys in a building an actual good use of a tank's time? Not really. No. That's how lucky you gotta be. If like you went over 10 seconds earlier, he'd be dead. Basically,
Being
yeah.
hit in this position,
Again,
though.
just like.
Kinda. Yeah, it came from. Fuck.
I want to see it again.
Okay, we can take a look.
Okay. Maybe not.
Jesus. Woo! They don't protect you.
Yeah, it came from top. I believe. Fuck.
There's no whistle.
We're good!
Is the dust clear?
Kinda. This is the second time I've been hit in this position though.
Ooh.
Third time. Ryder, this is Jay, over.
He said it was a tank, so I don't know. What do I... They're trying to figure out
Which
what's
way
hitting
is it
them,
coming
mortar,
from?
RPG, SPG, or a tank. Makes sense. Also, like, that matters, because what's hitting you is going to tell you how much mobility that has, which tells you what your escape window looks like. When someone dies, it's like someone unplugs a robot, that's what it means? I mean, kinda, yeah.
I think that's two different angles. What? I think that might be two different angles.
They had about 1 to 2 seconds from the sound of the tank fire to hitting the building, so it's not far. Oh yeah, no, like I didn't hear the whistle either, so it was almost certainly not a mortar or artillery, so it's most likely a tank, which is what Dave said anyway. Again, like, this is what I mean by send 12 guys named Dave into fucking Russia.
Hey Jay, can you try? He's telling us to move like 600 meters down the road.
Oh, that one whistled. That was artillery or mortar.
Nah.
No.
And to engage everything in front of us.
Yeah, I'm
friendlies in front of us.
I'm not getting him.
I'm on channel 2.
Same. Ryder, this is Dave, over.
Stay in your current position. Take cover. Do you copy?
Yeah, that's
Roger.
not what you want to
We're
hear.
being engaged by, I think, 2 fucking tanks. We can't get eyes on fucking anything, over.
Cut out. You cut out.
Yeah.
Take cover. Do not proceed far.
I think it's a tank and artillery, but...
Do not proceed. Take cover. Do you copy?
Roger, we're being engaged by tanks and suicide drones are just watching for us. As well, we can't move anyway right now, over.
Buried alive is the best option.
Anyway, everyone good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Better than dying.
Yeah, everyone's good so far. Fucking a few close calls, but we're all right. We've got AT weapons here if they do come in range. So we're just fucking waiting out. Yeah.
Hey, there's a cellar over here.
A cellar?
Yeah, there's a cellar down here.
How big is it?
Big as fuck. Big enough to fit like 10
Big as fuck.
Okay, good.
I love that the answer. How big is it? Is big as fuck. Oh god, that's human. It's also really lucky that they do have anti-tank weapons on them.
There's Ukrainians down there? Yeah, there's down.
Oh, what, really?
Yeah.
Oh, tell them hello.
Dave, be advised, be ready. Do you have a visual on burning BMP?
This is Dave. Which direction is the BMP at?
Be ready to move towards south with that pavement road on the right side. Approximately 600 meters. Do you copy? Over.
Yeah, look, that's a whistle
Ryder.
for some of those.
Ryder, this is Dave. We cannot move right now. We've taken too much direct fire. Where is that burning BMP? Is it Russian?
The burning BMP is Russian. The position towards that BMP
the small arms fire is getting much closer to this building.
is called Stalker. You will have to be moving on the right side of the road towards that position.
What?
After a while sitting in the building, we get orders to leave hotel and head further south about 500 meters to another position to hold against the Russians, because they were also pushing further from the south as well. So pretty much from east all the way to south they were pushing. And yeah, I'm looking over.
Putin just had a desk job at the KGB. He's nothing special. He just worked at a desk. He's a puppet like everyone else.
And I could see fire going off and explosions. And throughout this whole time, we're getting hit by tanks and mortars, and I can also hear the drones overhead flying about. And we were undercover, we were safe, but the moment we step outside, we're either going to get...
It's money. I made a joke about the CIA. It's always just money. What was Putin's history with the KGB? He had a desk job. That's it. That's it. That's like he was nothing special. And then the Soviet Union collapsed, and he was no longer in the KGB. That was it. KGB's gone. Now it's the FSB. All of it just disappeared. Any history. Like, none of it was real. They designed Putin to make him look like he does. Him riding his horse shirtless photo and all of that. He's an actor. It's like Donald. It's the same as Trump. It's the same as Trump. It's an actor.
But hit by one or all three of those things.
I'm sure he has some combat training. Like hand to
Ryder.
hand or something. But
Ryder.
like, yeah, he had a desk
This is
job.
Dave. we can't leave the building. We have suicide drones flying overhead every 30 seconds. And we're still being engaged by a tank where we are. Ryder, this is Dave. I need to know where the Ukrainian positions are. There's a tree line running south. I don't see a road, but I see the tree line. Are the Ukrainian forces along that tree line? Does anyone have optics?
Negative. Khan does.
Khan.
Khan. Yeah.
I need you to get eyes out this way.
And there's a part of the building that's exposed
I don't
to
know.
that way.
I don't think so.
They can see us and we can see them. And I have Khan, the marksman. I go to a room. I'm like, this was probably a good spot.
He does. He has two kids.
I'm going to set you up here.
I didn't know that. He does have two kids. He has two girls.
Where you at, Jake?
Over here.
What's up?
So this tree line right in front of me.
Yeah.
I need you to scan the horizon left of it. I think I see a vehicle. I'm not sure. But you can see it just through this crack right here where I'm standing.
Okay. What's this room right here?
It's got a little hole in it, but I don't think it gets high enough. Have a look.
I want to try and use that if possible to muffle the sound.
Yeah.
I don't have a muffle.
You're not allowed to say that one, Maria. Sorry. Twitch rules.
And then a tank round hits the floor above, and the whole room's dusty and you can't see.
Fuck.
And I tell everyone, okay, get downstairs.
Fucking hell. You guys good? Get downstairs!
What?
Get downstairs!
You
Guys, okay. Yep.
Come in here.
Go.
You said something that was glorifying violence, which is against the rules.
Yeah, come left. Go.
Like Twitch's rules.
Where's my fucking weapon?
A few minutes later, I'm down the stairs. That room that I was just in gets hit directly by a tank round and absolutely obliterates it.
Did anyone grab Jay's rifle?
I got it.
Thanks to Reddit to Twitch. You have to know how exterior light hides you from the indoors. That's also true. Fucking crazy.
Yeah.
Bring him back, yeah.
Take cover!
And like, I was just lucky it wasn't myself or Khan there, because we probably would have been dead just from that tank round alone.
Yeah. What's up, long lurk, Homo sapien?
Ryder, this is Dave, over.
Oh, speaking of like funny names, I heard someone call Howard Lutnick Howard Nutlick today, and I love it. Are you wearing a wig? No. See? All my hair. No wig. Hey, Kadiris, have you liked the YouTube stream? I am always being honest. How dare you accuse me of not being honest? The only times that I'm not honest are when I'm making a very obvious joke. Okay, good. You like the stream, so that's fine.
Yeah. We might head back to student.
What?
What?
We got the cellar as well, remember?
Yeah, but this is a bad position. We cannot leave here if they get closer.
I tell
His new name is 100% Howard Nutlick. Yeah.
Command that we can't go. Like, we're essentially stuck here. If we go forward, we're just going to get hit by drones, because we don't have any electronic warfare equipment, because it got damaged on the, I believe that yesterday on the first day. So I tell them we can't go. Like, it's too dangerous for us. We'll just get I will just get hit by drones if we leave. So.
You see that tree line?
Yeah, tree line south. No smoke, no movement though.
Oh. That would be better, no one. That would be great, Homo sapien. Scoliosis is going to be rife after this war. Or what? Silicosis. I don't know why I read scoliosis. But yeah, no, you're right.
High enough.
What?
It's not high enough.
You guys realize that, like, just trauma that you endure like this lasts generations and is passed down through your genes to your kids and then your grandkids? 4 more likes, guys. You can do it. Let's do it.
Ryder.
Do it for Ukraine.
South from your position, look for a smoke of burning BMP. Look for a smoke of burning BMP. That is a south from your position.
This, like, we know for a fact that trauma that you endure in your life genetically impacts you. It doesn't change your genes, but it does, like, it fucks with them a little bit. Just a little bit. But, like, let's say you're this guy in this video. Your kid's gonna have, maybe some trauma to loud noises. If we get 20, maybe Visora will play Cyberpunk. But I got a new toy that I gotta set up today. I got my secure connection that I need to do. And everyone voted no on Cyberpunk before. You can do another poll.
South. Find that smoke. This is your cue. Close to that smoke, there's gonna be asphalt pavement road. Approximately 4
we can do a new one.
to 450 meters. There is a position called Stalker. front of that position is Russians. The position manned by Ukrainians. Your objective is going to be walk this road aside and clear it. You received my transmission. Over.
Oh, actually, Shard, I can't today. I'm sorry. I forgot because it's like 2 o'clock. I have to literally go to the bank today. And, it's the weekend, so I gotta go to the bank today. But if you guys really want me to play Cyberpunk, I can like play Cyberpunk at some point over the weekend. I can, like, honestly, I'll just do it on the Discord. So makes me wonder if my propensity to paranoia is connected to some form of shit from my past. It might be. Yeah. Like, it literally, we know from 3 generations of Syrian refugees that there are epigenetic markers that are consistent among 3 generations of Syrian refugees throughout the war. So, like, yeah, it has absolutely a passing down effect. Actually, Depraved Ambiance has the better explanations. The epigenetic effects, it gets passed down not specifically through your genes, but it methylates your DNA. Yeah, I'll send you the link to the study.
This is Dave. Yes, I received your transmission. Wait, I'm discussing it with the Fenian. Over.
Roger that.
I spoke to an Australian who had a grandfather who was fighting the Japanese in World War II, and his troops is dead. He has to live off the bodies, never the same. Drank himself to an early death. Yeah, look, I don't blame him for that one. Eating people is hard.
Fenian.
Yo, right there.
Oh yeah, no, like we didn't have,
Sorry.
we knew that this was a thing for a while long, Homo sapien, but like we've only just started getting like actual evidence of it.
He said down that road, or down that tree line, there's apparently a pavement road on the right side. He wants us to go down all the way to position Stalker, which is near that burning BMP. In front of the, or behind the BMP or whatever, like around it, 50 meters, Russians there. He wants us to go along that tree line to the position and then clear
kill
it.
those Russians. Yeah.
Don't go fuck themselves.
Not without knowing those tanks are out of the AO, man.
My God, the answers! I just really do love the authenticity.
Clear it.
Don't go fuck themselves.
Not without knowing those tanks are out of the AO, man.
Yeah.
We're getting hit by drones, tanks, and indirect.
He wants us to go clear this position. Tell him to go fuck himself.
In front of the, or behind the BMP or
This
whatever.
gives
like
off fuck the king energy from Game of Thrones.
around it, 50 meters, Russians
Fuck the
there.
city, fuck the
He wants
watch,
us to
fuck
go
the king.
along that
Out.
tree line to the position and then clear it.
Don't go fuck themselves.
Not without knowing those tanks are out of the AO, man.
Yeah.
We're getting hit by drones, tanks, and indirect.
From there, we essentially just wait in here. A Ukrainian BMP comes, drives past us on the road, and then a minute later turns around and goes off, probably because he didn't like what he saw. So he didn't even fire any rounds down the road. He just got into position and then I guess had to go because it was too dangerous.
Valid. Honestly, like, you're right, Captain Buggy. He's not wrong. He should say go fuck yourself for telling them to put themselves in risk against superior numbers in a force. But like at the same time, how much intel did they even like? It seems like they've had to repeat how many people were shooting at them like several times for that information to stick. Although this shit builds trauma, it also builds basically permanent camaraderie. If you survive this shit, your bond with these guys is unbreakable. That's true. It's true. The commanders, especially the generals, are fucking idiots. And they found them after a week or two. They can make smart decisions, but Jesus Christ, like the Australian ones, like back in the day, or these guys? I'm confused. Who are you talking about? No one. Barely any. He said he was operating as a counter to whatever the Russians were doing. Like again, fleeing as a tactic. That's true. Yeah, you're right. Like they should not be attacking here. Fleeing would be the way to go. Bu arada Savala Erdoğan'ın ekonomik bilgisi o kadar az ki enflasyonu düşürmek için interest rate'leri kesti. O kadar gerizekalı yani. That's unrelated. Me just talking about how stupid Erdoğan is for trying to lower inflation by cutting interest rates. This is the tree line that they're looking down from the building in. Let's have a look. So, like, yeah. Go clear that. Good luck with that. Where's the tree line? Like, where are the trees? Is this the tree line? Where the trees used to be? Before they got blown up? I don't know. Makes me want to smack the dude on the radio over the head with Mao's book on warfare. Oh my god. I wonder if the language barrier plays a role in the officer not understanding. No. So far, I've seen that not be too much of an issue, but okay. Zomi says that's it, and that makes sense. At least in this video, most of the time, like, the radio was answered by someone speaking English, but it's hard to tell. If Trump had Fed control or whatever he gets, he will definitely Erdogan the dollar too. That's true. That's true. Inflation be good for asset holders, kinda. Kinda. Not too much. Right, let's finish this up.
Even for the BMP, so there's no way we're going to have to go across the open ground through the field to these trenches that we weren't even too sure where they were.
Makes you feel any better? I've melted my own piss today.
I pissed on myself.
That friendly BMP push what? Back to left.
Friendly BMP push back to left.
Right, so it's heading away?
Yeah, now friendly BMP push back away, came from.
Roger.
Sounds like it's holding.
Oh my god, like, I can feel the relief too of like, okay, I think they're not gonna all die.
Essentially, we waited there till nightfall, still getting hit by a tank until till nighttime, and then we left the position, went back to the cellar where we got dropped off. But before we got the call to go back, after we had gotten back, we shortly got told that, hey, there's a prisoner that we want you to go get. So I took myself and 2 guys, and we went south across the road down the tree line, and we picked up this Russian prisoner from one of the Ukrainian positions. Right, he was hands tied. He had a leg wound, so he was limping. And I took him back, and as we were walking with him, I was sort of thinking to myself, I've done all this training to handle like PWs, but I've never actually done it in real life. So it was nice to, to do that sort of thing for real. This is the closest I've ever been to a live Russian soldier too. So it was an interesting experience.
Personally, I would have offered him a cigarette. Like, I'm still, like, he's arrested. I'm taking him. He will die if he runs, but I'd give him a cigarette and be kind of friendly with him just to see. I feel like that might be a good start.
Definitely one that I'll
Maybe
remember.
Info.
And after we brought him back, we
flipped them
interacted
over.
with the full.
There have been cases of Russian soldiers who've been like detained by Ukraine, who then flip and then fight for Ukraine.
Full POWs, and then they got backfilled away. And then throughout the night, we waited there. We were sort of on standby to get told what's going to happen next, like if we're going to have to do anything, whether we'll leave or not. Those first 2 days that I were out were pretty intense, especially the first one. Like losing Swede was a big impact on the company.
Poor Swede. So that's it, guys. I hope you enjoyed that. Like, it's a lot. It was heavy, but it's a view of what it looks like. Yeah, war is scary, and I want you all to remember that it is not a good thing. And as I was trying to explain to the pro-India chatters earlier, it's never a good idea. It's not going to fix anything. War is horrible. It's never... The only justifiable war is a defensive one. If you're attacked, fighting back. That's the only justifiable war. Just watch out if some Assad puts their frustrations out on him when it should be Russian leadership. Yeah, don't do that. That would be bad. I don't want to get my meat suit chewed up to fight for or against the fascists. Well, then you better get yourself away from their zone of influence. This company has Russian crew. That's sick. Like, again, yeah, like the Chosen Company is based. You should follow them on YouTube. In fact, here I'll just I'll send you the International Legionnaires YouTube channel so you guys can have a look. But war is insane. It's fucking crazy. Again, like multiple instances of what the hell is going on in that. Like I felt like my life was flashing before my eyes half the time when I see like if you were watching the video closely and like me closely, a mortar would hit and I'm here ducking on a screen. I'm just hearing it. I'm just ducking anyway. That's how effective the fear factor of this is. And so I want you to remember that, because if you're afraid of war, well, you're less likely to get radicalized by idiots who want war, aren't you? All right, well, that's it for today. Now, I will be back on Monday, but first, let's see if we can raid somebody. It's been a hot minute. We need a cozy fate so we can just cuddle and play video games. That sounds amazing. I wish we lived in that world. We really do need a cozy fate. Inshallah. Inshallah. So I was going to jump over to Cosmopolitics, because we haven't seen her in a hot minute, but she's talking about Ethan Klein and Hassan, or Denims versus Ethan Klein. That's a whole different thing, actually. I don't know. You guys have any preferences? Someone you want rated? Off the weekend? Enjoy? I often take off for the weekend. It's usually Monday through Friday that I stream. If you enjoy the stream, make sure to join the Discord. And you can follow me on socials. I'm just gonna go and jump into Enemy Charlie's chat. That's a good one. Hot minute. I'm in the future. This is true. I will see you guys next time. Fun. Set this up. My son annoys me even talking about him. To be fair, like, me too, kind of now. Alright, well, I will see you guys next time. Have a lovely night.